Good morning, everybody, and welcome to I'll Be Sheltering in Place for Christmas, a live stream for God's Pantry Food Bank. My name is Brett. I am the CFO of Wine and Pop-Tarts, and I am proud to have partnered with my friends in the band Normal People and my friends that run the blog Bluegrass Bourbon and Eats and its sister podcast Hungry in Kentucky to bring you this event. It's an all day or most of the day live stream. I don't know how many hours we're going to go. And basically how it's going to work is like this. You're going to hang out where you're at, whether that's the Wine and Pop-Tarts Facebook page or the Wine and Pop-Tarts YouTube channel. And we're just going to stream continuously for hours. We've got live music lined up with bands and musicians from all over the country. We've got some stand-up comedy, although I believe he'll be, sitting down at his desk. So sit-down comedy. An author friend of ours is going to be reading some of his work to you. What else? We've got a couple of Lexington-based podcasts doing live remotes. Actually, one of them is doing a tour of some of our local bars and breweries. That sounds pretty cool. Yeah, I think that's pretty much the full gamut. We're just going to go until it's over. And all throughout the day, we'll be dropping in to give you a little bathroom break and remind you to donate to God's Pantry Food Bank online. And doing that will be me and my friend and co-host, Brian Bulkley, who is asleep right now. Brian, we're live. I know it's early on a Sunday, but it's not that early. Brian, so Brian and I used to live in a dorm together. And he would do this thing, no exaggeration, like every day, where he would set his alarm say 6:30 in the morning, and it would go off for half an hour, and he would sort of shuffle down the ladder of his lofted bed and turn off his alarm and then sit in his office chair, much like he is now, and sleep for another half hour, also much like he's doing now. And so this is not something that I'm not used to, so I know exactly what to do. I'm going to switch my view. Check this out. Good morning, Brian.
Hey, man. How's it going?
Good. We're live. It's 10 a.m.-ish on Sunday.
Yeah, I sat down at the computer to kind of get ready. I must have drifted off, and my neck's killing me, dude. I don't know. You're not meant to sleep sitting like that. That's how I woke up, like just with my neck craned like that, man. So yeah, sorry. Thanks for bearing with me.
Yeah, that's actually all we've got planned for you today is Brian sleeping and talking about neck pain.
Beautiful.
So I already sort of filled everybody in on what they can expect throughout the day. Did you have anything to add? I mean, I know that you weren't awake for my introduction, but
yeah, I was gonna say I don't know what you said, but yeah, I don't know. You know how I am, right? Like
we live together.
You lived with me, so like
yeah, they know.
Oh, okay, cool. All right, so you filled everybody in.
I did.
So I don't know what you said, but I am. It's not good. I am really excited for everybody to be tuning into this. We have a lot of really great stuff on the show. So we're a lot of our favorite artists, filmmakers, local businesses, comedians, and a lot of people that we asked to do this, and they said yes, and we're just really grateful. We got to put together our kind of dream list, and a lot of it became a reality, which is kind of crazy. Yeah. So, and then I think we're gonna accomplish I think in my mind we're kind of trying to accomplish three things. One obviously is raise awareness for God's Pantry.
Right.
They won't do wonderful work in our state, and we're so happy to be able to encourage donations for them. And we're going to be doing that periodically throughout the program, and would absolutely encourage you to visit their website anytime we bring it up. And the second thing we're going to be doing is spotlighting artists and creators, and kind of giving them a platform. As we know, you know, a lot of the creative part of the economy is not functioning right now, right? Because of the pandemic.
No tours.
No tours, you know, like on set at movies is kind of being halted a lot, you know, things like that. And we're stoked to be able to get some of our musicians. Some of them we know, some of them are from around here in Kentucky, and some of our favorites from the area, and some of them are our favorites that aren't from here. And we sent out anyway, and we didn't know them, and they agreed to do it. So we're just really stoked that we have that, and we just and so we have a lot of music, comedy. We have filmmakers joining us later from our maybe favorite movie of 2020, which is crazy.
Definitely one of mine.
Yeah, I think it's my number one. And like if you would have told me that we would have been able to get that, I wouldn't have believed you a couple months ago. And they've been really like they were quick to say yes, and I'm so stoked for us to get to talk to them later, and for people to see that. You know, a lot of pressure. I don't know. You know,
nervous.
Yeah, I know. Like we actually have to be on camera with people we like admire a lot, and so it's crazy. But yeah, and the third thing we're trying to do is highlight local businesses too, because some of our friends in the community need our help right now. Local restaurants, breweries, anybody that is going to be highlighted in this is somebody that we think is doing cool stuff and has a great product, etc. And so we're absolutely trying to raise awareness and support for those folks too. So yeah, it's kind of hitting a lot of things at once, and I'm really excited that we're doing this, Brett.
Me too, Brian. Let me ask you, how excited would you be if I told you that you are our first musical guest for the day?
What? I don't even have time to wake up. Okay.
You're up first.
Do you want me to just go ahead and go?
You're the only person that's signed on right now. So, okay. I guess you're the first musical guest of the day. So,
all right.
Why don't you go ahead and get set up? And while you're doing that, I will give you a more generous introduction than I already did. How about that?
All right, that sounds good. All right, I'll go right over here and get my stuff set up. Okay.
Cool.
All right, thanks.
Okay, so while Brian is getting set up, like I said, I'm going to give him a more generous introduction than I did before. Brian is one half of Normal People, and that's all I'm going to say. No, I'm just kidding. You should go check out Normal People's stuff at normalpeopleky.bandcamp.com. That link is going to be flashing up off and on throughout Brian's set, so hopefully you won't forget it. And his bandmate, Brett Wolf, is going to be appearing later in the day. I don't know. I mean, I think, honestly, Brian's work speaks for itself. I've seen Brian play, he's probably 20, 25 shows, more than that, solo or with Brett over the years. And, I'm always really excited to see Brian play. I'm always really excited to see Brian play with Brett. And if you haven't seen them before, I'm really excited for you to see, for the first time, Brian Bulkley of Normal People starting right now.
Hello. Thank you so much for coming. My name's Brian. I am half of the band Normal People. It's a band that I'm in with my great friend Brett Wolf, who is playing today as well. So definitely be sure to check that out. Very, very excited that you all are here and to be a part of this. It's an amazing show, and I'm very privileged to be able to open it up, and let's see what we can do. All right, this is a new song that I wrote this year. It's going to be on the record that Normal People is working on right now. and will be out in 2021. This song is called What You Tell Yourself. Biggest fear is letting me down. The pills stop working when no one's around, and I'm back up on the ledge that I just left. It comes in waves, right now I'm just fine. Just don't ask me later tonight. I'll keep going if you keep believing. What you tell yourself becomes the truth if you say it long enough. These lessons never asked to be learned. I tell myself it's fine and I'm alright. I am strong enough. Can't seem to start a fire without getting burned. The future's getting harder to see. Nowhere close to who I wanted to be. All my hopes and dreams falling out of reach. I traded love for a desk and a chair. Computer hums, existential despair. I'll keep going if you keep believing. What you tell yourself becomes the truth if you say it long enough. These lessons never asked to be learned. I tell myself it's fine and I'm alright. I am strong enough. Can't seem to start a fire without getting burned. I heard that there's a light that won't stop shining. Tell me what you think. Should I keep looking? What you tell yourself becomes the truth if you say it long enough. These lessons never asked to be learned. I tell myself it's fine and I'm alright. I am strong enough. Can't seem to start a fire without getting burned. I heard that there's a light that won't stop shining. Tell me what you think. Should I keep looking? All right. That is a new song called What You Tell Yourself. Came out this year on live streams and we'll have a studio version in 2021. So some of you may have tuned in. Brett, Wolf, and I of Normal People have been doing live streams kind of off and on throughout the whole year, especially after the pandemic started. We are, it's hard to not be able to play together. That's where a lot of the mojo is, if you will. I just am really thankful that we've been able to still connect and be musically active. And we both have learned a lot about like passing files back and forth, recording remotely. And that's how we did most of our most recent EP that we put out this year in June called Good Luck in Dreamland. Really proud of how that turned out and really thankful for the response that has received. So I'll go ahead and play a song from that. It is called Anywhere But Here, and it is the first song on that.
Headed to San Francisco, heard it's warmer out there. Looking for the ocean, breathing in the California air. 17 days till Christmas, sunny with a chance of rain. Stick my feet in the water, wait for the waves to wash the doubt away. Around here, certain way of talking, certain way of smiling will get you by. And I've got to get out of the city, look for something prettier than what you'll find round here. Everybody's searching, guess that I'll start looking anywhere but here. Went back to Kentucky. The trip never seemed so long. Of all the friends I've made here, I'm not sure that I belong. My head's not any clearer from all this time away. The reasons that I left here all just stayed the same. Around here, a certain way of talking, a certain way of smiling will get you by. And I've got to get out of the city, look for something prettier than what you'll find round here. Everybody's searching, guess that I'll start looking anywhere but here. All the northern lights, they all look the same. What I need to know is things can change round here. Certain way of talking, certain way of smiling will get you by. So what happens to the dreamer? What becomes of the bird who only wants to fly? And I've got to get out of the city, look for something prettier than what you'll find around here. Everybody's searching. Guess that I'll start looking anywhere but here. Anywhere but here.
All right. So that is a song called Anywhere But Here. It came out this year on our new EP, Good Luck in Dreamland. Thanks to everybody who's checked that out. A couple important things I want to mention real quick before doing the next song. One, if you we're doing this for God's Pantry Food Bank in Kentucky. Really proud and honored to be able to be a part of this. So if you have any spare resources, it would be a wonderful thing to do to donate to God's Pantry. Food security is certainly an issue in our state, in our country, especially given the circumstances with the pandemic and people not being able to do their normal jobs in a lot of cases, or having hours slashed and things like that. So it is really, they do important work, and we're honored to be able to partner with them and do this. Also want to give a shout out to our friends in the Hungry in Kentucky podcast. Thanks so much for helping us put this together. And then thank you so much to all the wonderful artists, local businesses, and movie people actually. So there's a lot to look forward to today. A lot of people have contributed their time and energy and their talent to this, and we want to say thank you so much for doing that. I'm really stoked that we kind of put a wish list together of musicians that we wanted to ask, and most of them responded that they would help, and that's just really blew us away. We asked some people that I really look up to as musicians, as people, as folks in bands, and as artists. So I'm just really thrilled that some of those folks were able to join us, and kind of wild to be our normal people. Our band name was on a post with some of these other artists, Roger Harvey, Mike Frazier, a reconciler, Craig Shea from Answering Machine and Cold Rex, or just some of the people that you're going to get to hear today. And those are some wonderful people that we handpicked. It was our dream list. So thank you to everybody who's able to join. We also have several wonderful musicians from the area in Kentucky joining us. And it's just wonderful to be able to have everybody contribute their time and talents to this. I'm just really thankful, trying to practice more gratitude. As everybody knows, it's been a difficult year, so it's one of those things that we're trying to, one of the things I'm trying to do every day is be grateful and thankful for something. And today I'm very thankful for you for tuning in, and all the bands and artists and businesses that are able to participate. So thanks so much. One thing that we did this year was we put our music on streaming services for the first time. So our first EP that we released in 2019, previously only on Bandcamp, was called Mixed Feelings. We put that on Spotify, Apple Music, everything. So you can check out our new one and our old one. They're all in the same place. So I'm going to play a song off our old one. It was written by my wonderful dear friend, Brett Wolf. So this goes out to him. Very grateful to be in this band with you, and thankful to be able to have these wonderful songs to draw from. So this song's called God's Own Medicine. Goes out to you, Brett.
Tripped on the dog and I tweaked my knee. 30 years of schooling to know better than me.
I forgot the words. Let's take that again. One more time. God's Own Medicine.
Tripped on the dog and I tweaked my knee. 30 years of schooling to know better than me. Do no harm and it's no one's fault. But the junkie strung out in the bathroom stall. Ain't no jobs cause there's no one left. Left around here that can pass a piss test. This town keeps getting kicked in the mouth. And you think I give a damn about a big white house. This fire started 200 years ago. Took you this long to see the smoke. Drowning in the rain and dying from thirst. Damn thing is my knee still hurts. I hope the light, 'cause I know the truth. Go on believing that I'm dumber than you. Tired of eating shit with a fork or spoon. You can buy it in a sack, comes in red, comes in blue. This fire started 200 years ago. Took you this long to see the smoke. Drowning in the rain and dying from thirst. The damn thing is my knee still hurts. My son fell down the hole in his arm. Tell me how are your kids? A little piece of paper and it does no harm. Tell me how it came to this. This fire started 200 years ago. It took you this long to see the smoke. Drowning in the rain and dying from thirst. The damn thing is my knee still hurts. The damn thing is my knee still hurts.
All right. So that song is called God's Own Medicine. It is the third song on our first EP called Mixed Feelings. So thank you for checking it out. I have a song to dedicate to my friends, Brett Smith and Katie Smallwood, of course, of the Wine and Pop-Tarts fame. So really appreciate you all having normal people on the show. And thanks to everybody for watching. So I'm going to dedicate tonight's only cover from me to Brett and Katie. This song is called Quietest Friend, and it was written by David Bazan and is on a Pedro the Lion record. So another great musician to check out if you have the time and interest. All right, here we go.
Staving off rejection has always hurt like hell. I took the devil's bargain, made a stranger of myself. If anything was wrong, I couldn't tell. So I didn't see you coming, but now it's pretty clear. Traded my own wisdom for a jury of my peers. I ignored you for 30 years. You don't have to tell me how hard it must have been for you to let me in. Nothing lasts forever, and now I understand. I hurt you again, my quietest friend. Fifth grade in the lunchroom, fickle friends are telling jokes, making you the punchline of some random thing I wrote. They were looking at me to land the final blow. And just to be included went straight up to my head. I thought the joke too stupid for it to matter what I said. I was wrong, but I went along with it. You don't have to tell me how hard it must have been for you to let me in. Nothing lasts forever, and now I understand. I hurt you again, my quietest friend. practice on reminders, I'd memorize them. I could sing this to myself and whoever's listening. I could put it on a record about my hometown. Sitting here with pen and paper, I'm listening now.
All right. We're making it. This is the last song. It is on our upcoming album that we're going to put out in 2021. This song's called All of These Mistakes. This goes out to everybody who has struggled a little bit or a lot this year. And I'm really thankful that you made it to December, and that I hope you're doing okay, and I hope you have a safe holiday season. And I hope that the new year treats you well, finds you well, and just very thankful that you decided to check us out. Check out Wine and Pop-Tarts. There's so much great stuff coming up today. Interviews, local businesses, local musicians, national musicians. I'm just really thrilled to be a part of it, and really thrilled that so many wonderful people said yes to this project. So thank you so much, and I wish the best to you and yours, wherever you may be. Thank you so much. This song's called All These Mistakes. It goes out to all of you.
Dull and constant ache, all the chances I didn't take. Every day's judgment day, I'm accepting all the blame. All that you said, my heart's a punching bag. I'm the one with bloody fists. Haven't let up, I haven't missed. Got a plan for this heartache. Must be something else to make out of all these mistakes. I've minimized the risk, chose a safer way I could exist, but I still reminisce about the life I used to live, possibilities dismissed. You said my heart's a punching bag, I'm the one with bloody fists, haven't lit up, I haven't missed. Got a plan for this heartache, must be something else to make out of all these mistakes. Must be something else to make out of all these mistakes.
Thanks so much, everybody. Happy New Year. I'll see y'all later.
Hi everyone, my name is Sarah Brown and I'm the owner of Lucy Brown Coffee Bar. We are a specialty coffee shop in downtown Lexington, across from the Courthouse Plaza. If you turn down Church Street, we are right there. We do curbside service and walk-in service, so if you're in your car, you can just pull up to the curb, we'll come out and take your order there, which is very cool and something you really can't find downtown. So in addition to a specialty coffee shop, we also do coffee and tea cocktails starting at noon every day. So we're a fun place to come to get an Irish coffee, white Russian, espresso martini, hot toddy, but like the best version of that you can have. That's what we do. And so today I'm gonna show you a December exclusive drink to us called the Ginger Ninja. It has our house-made gingerbread syrup. Look how cute. We make this in-house every week and you can buy a bottle and take home. So you can use it in baking, your own cocktails, coffee, whatever you want to do. If you want to recreate this, come get a bottle. You can also buy from us a box of Oatly oat milk. If you haven't tried oat milk, it's delicious. It's what we all suggest and prefer. So if you're trying to find ingredients for this, come on down. We'll make sure you're taken care of. So the Ginger Ninja cocktail. This is a gingerbread cocktail. It's kind of like a latte with a dash or a heavy serving of cinnamon cream rum, and it's delicious. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna start with 1 ounce of the house-made gingerbread syrup. Get it all the way to the top. And I have my special Christmas mug. I'm gonna put it in there. And then we're gonna do 1 ounce of what we prefer, the Chila or Chata cinnamon cream rum. You can use anything. You can use Bailey's, you can use Buffalo Trace bourbon cream. There's plenty of cream-based liqueurs that would work fine, but we like this one because the cinnamon is already in the gingerbread, so it enhances it. It goes well together. So we started with that. We also do a double shot of espresso. You can also just use drip coffee at home. We just have the fancy espresso maker, so we might as well use it. So then we go to our steamed milk. You can also use cold milk. If you don't have a steamer at home, you can warm some milk. Make sure that's nice and stirred. And I'll try to do my best latte art. There we go, a little bit of one. and then top with just a little dusting of cinnamon. And there you have it, the Ginger Ninja cocktail. It's delicious. Come on down, come get the ingredients, the gingerbread syrup that we make in-house, the Oatly oat milk, or we'll make one for you and you can take it home that way. We're open Wednesday through Sundays. We open at 8 a.m. and our bar starts at noon. All of the information for us is online, including our menu at lucyBrownCoffee.com. Make sure to support local and small this holiday season. We need it now more than ever. The big businesses will survive. We need your support. So come on down, come see us, smiling face under the mask. And we are happy to serve you. We're so happy to be a part of this community, and happy holidays, everyone. In addition to delicious coffee and tea cocktails, we also have beans you can take home. This December, we're featuring Cafe Grumpy out of New York City, so you can buy their beans. Deeper Roots is our anchor roaster gift cards. It's the best way to support local business right now. Buy it now and gift it to someone, use it later, whatever you want, but that's a good way to support. We also have tote bags for sale, which are fun. More house-made syrups. We also have peppermint, vanilla, and lavender, which are delicious. We make those all in-house every single week, so they're all fresh. We have some home brewing equipment just to make sure you're getting delicious coffee at home as well. Stag kettles, drippers, some really cool mugs from our anchor roaster Deeper Roots. Whatever you're feeling, we've got you covered. So come down, talk to us, we'll walk you through it, and we'll make sure you are taken care of over the holidays at home.
Hey everybody, my name is Brett and I'm the CFO of Wine and Pop-Tarts. I've probably mentioned that at some point today, but honestly, I can't remember now. And right now we're gonna watch a couple of new short films from Wine and Pop-Tarts together. Both of them were made this year. And the first one we're gonna watch together is one that some of you may have already seen. And if you have, just hold tight, it's real short, it's only a minute long. If you haven't seen it, we're gonna watch a short together called Watchdog. And the story behind how and why Watchdog got made is that back in the spring, back in April, I think, one of my all-time heroes, Roger Corman, put out a call for a short film festival, online film festival that he and his wife, Julie, were curating. And if you're not familiar with Roger Corman and his work, probably you are, and you just maybe don't realize it, because he's produced over 160 movies in his career. He's 94 years old, still producing now. And just by the way, not right now, hang out for the live stream, but sometime later you should really watch this documentary called Corman's World. It's great. But so they put out a call for short films, and the parameters for the film festival were this. Your short film could only be a minute long. That was the cap, 60 seconds. It could only be shot with your cell phone. You could only use the light, the natural light in and around your house. So like no light kits. You could use lamps and so forth. Couldn't leave your property, had to be shot inside your house or out in your yard. And you could only feature people that lived in your house. So this was the Corman Quarantine COVID Film Festival or something like that. It was a long name that I can't remember now. Now, did I think, honestly, that anything that I wrote and produced would win something like that? No. But could I pass up an opportunity for one of my heroes to see my work? Also, no. So I write all the time. And when the call went out, I wrote like 12 or 13 1 minute long scripts in the space of like 2 days. And from that pot, I pulled out like the 3 or 4 favorites, and then kind of narrowed that down to, okay, but what do I think that we can turn around in a day and a half? And Watchdog was it. So, Katie and Callie and I shot this like essentially a 1-to-1 ratio of shooting and editing. We would shoot one of the little scenes. I would go edit it, make sure everything was okay, sounded okay, looked okay. If it didn't, we'd go right back to the same setup, do it again, try it again in the editor. And then when it worked, when we had a take that we were satisfied with, we'd move on to the next one. And that's how we operated for one day. This was literally the day, the last day of April, I think it was. That was when the submissions were due at midnight that night. So we started at like 10 in the morning and shot for a couple of hours, got it done, uploaded, and submitted to the Cormans. And I forget now how many submissions they received. It was over 1,000, I think. And we didn't win. They released a half dozen of their finalists, and we weren't one, but you should really go to Roger Corman's Facebook and check them out. They're really good, really good. But I am still, despite not winning anything, still really proud of Watchdog. It was a really fun day. I've never made anything I don't think that I've ever made anything with parameters at all, any sort of restrictions, but I've definitely never turned anything around. As simple as it is, a 3-act short film, never turned that around in less than a day, really more like 2 to 3 hours. So I'm going to start sharing my screen now. And again, really proud of Watchdog. If you've already seen it, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching again. And if you haven't, please enjoy Watchdog.
There she is. She looks like she's excited. There she is. Hi. I think I'm gonna keep the name Callie. You wanna go home? Let's go home. Let's go home, come on. Good job. There she goes. So this is day 2 with Callie, and this is pretty much all she does all day long. She sits and barks, or just sits and stares. Callie, can you stop staring at me? You're really creeping me out. She's still doing it. She's still just sitting and staring. I know some dogs stare a lot, like Weimaraners, but she stares all the time. I mean, she never really leaves my side, which is kind of sweet. Maybe it's because she's a rescue, but it's really intense. Anyway, I just called to tell you goodnight. She was barking right before I called you, but now she's being quiet. It's kind of strange. She'll just all of a sudden stare at me and start howling, like really howling. Oh well. The next time I let her outside, I'll call you so you can see what she does when I put her on the patio. She doesn't even really want to leave the patio. Like she always has to have her eye on me. I feel like I adopted my mother. I mean, it's been a whole week like this. She doesn't even seem to like me all that much. She was super sweet when I was at the shelter with her, but now that we're home, she'll be in the same room with me, but she won't even let me touch her. It's like she's afraid I'm going to hit her or something. I'm not sure we're actually a good match after all. I mean, she either actually doesn't like me or she's taking her guard dog duties way too seriously. I mean, I wanted company during quarantine, not a chaperone. What? See what?
Okay, that was Watchdog. And as good as Katie's performance in Watchdog is, and it is really good, I have to say that is probably Callie's best performance to date. I mean, she's been in a handful of short films with us over the years, but man, she really brought it for Watchdog. A lot of people ask me after they watched it how we got Callie to do all that stuff. And honestly, you just point to where you want her to be, tell her to sit or lay or whatever, and then give her a little piece of bread and she'll do whatever you want pretty much. So I got a little bit spoiled, I'll admit, working with Callie earlier in the year and decided to make another short film with Callie, and that's what you're about to see. And the idea behind this next one is, being locked away in our houses in 2020 sucked. But it was also an opportunity to try new things, work on ourselves. I know a lot of people took up bread making, baking, cooking. And one of the things that Callie and I took up is yoga. And so what you're about to see next is just a quick little tutorial that Callie and I put together, some of the things that we've been practicing that, going into a new year that's hopefully better. Maybe this will help you kind of work on yourself, try new things, and enjoy the physical and mental benefits of Callie Yoga.
Crunchers, and welcome to this special Christmas episode of Hungry in Kentucky. I'm Sarah from Bluegrass Bourbon and Eats, and today I'm joined in Fort Lewis Studios in front of all the bourbon by my blogging partner Renee.
Hi.
And our producer Carrie.
Hello.
Hey, this is going to be fun. I have a feeling it's going to be very festive, it's going to be very Christmassy, and this is going to be an awesome fundraiser for the Wine and Pop-Tarts I'll Be Sheltering in Place for Christmas fundraising event. So today we're just going to hang out, we're going to try some Christmas cereal, we're all drinking some local drinks. It's going to be fun. So we got Elf cereal, we've got this Captain Crunch Christmas cereal, which is just Christmas Crunch. Not really sure that any of them taste any different than regular cereal, but hey, whatever, it's Christmas. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fun and it's festive. So let's talk about what we're drinking real quick. Everybody's got local drinks because this podcast is all about local stuff. So what do you have to drink there, Carrie?
First of all, I dressed for the occasion. Thank you very much. My
did.
formal attire, right? So I have this, it's actually I'm not even sure if you can get it anymore because it's a seasonal beer, but it's Guns A-Blazing from local brewery Fusion. It is 4.6%. It's just a basic lager. You can actually find Fusion now in all your local retailers. I believe Foggeria and Wits End is now available at Liquor Barn, at Total Wine, and at a bunch of other local liquor type places here in Lexington.
Yeah, I saw it at Total Wine the other day.
And you
It's
didn't
very
buy it.
intriguing, and
Thanks.
I didn't buy it. No.
Appreciate that.
Well, to be fair, there was only one of each left. I didn't want to deprive others who were wanting to try the fantastic Fusion product.
All right, fair enough.
So there's that. I'm contributing to society. Renee, what are you drinking?
I got some hot chocolate from Common Ground. They're off of Richmond Road. Normally, when I get hot chocolate from places, it just tastes watery. It's like hot water with just a little bit of chocolate flavor. This actually tastes really good. I was pleasantly surprised, and I think I'll be going back later on to get more.
Oh, like later on today?
Not today.
I mean,
Like
that'd be
later on
dedication.
this week. Later on this week, I
That'd
got my rewards card, and I've already got a punch. And they said if you come on Mondays and you get a drink, you get 2 punches for every purchase.
What? On Mondays?
On Mondays. And I was like, wow, that sounds like a good day to get hot chocolate.
Awesome. And Common Grounds has 3 locations here in Lexington. She went to the one on Richmond Road, which is a drive-through, I believe. Can you go inside
Yes.
it
Yeah.
on normal times?
Yes, because I've been inside there before.
And
It used to be Dunkin' Donuts.
Did.
Oh, I
Yeah.
wondered what that used to be.
Yeah.
Interesting. There's also one downtown, the original one. It's currently closed because of COVID and no dining in, but, you know, hopefully it opens back up. I'd hate to see it close. And then there's a third location that's a drive-through only. It's in a little tiny kiosk off of Heartland Park. Yeah, Heartland Parkway.
Isn't there one on UK's campus?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
So there's
I've
4.
heard about-
There's 4.
There might be 2 on UK's campus. They have a bunch of locations. Actually, the one I know of on UK is right by the hospital.
See,
so a lot of people go there.
I remember when the only location was the one on
Mhm.
High Street there, and that was like, you know, in the 90s when coffee shops were all like cool, whatever.
Cool and grungy.
Yeah, no, and it was. And you go there and you
Granola.
get these gigantic cups of like, you know, fancy coffee with flavorings, and it was like, whoa, you know, and it's, yeah, they had poetry readings there, and yeah, it was super 90s.
That's the most 90s thing
No,
I've heard
I'm
in
serious,
quite some time,
and I
actually.
used to go there because, I mean, I thought it was cool.
Did you go there to do slam poetry?
I didn't
I
do
was
this,
gonna
I
say
didn't,
yes.
but like, I'm telling you, this was the stereotypical, when you think of a coffee shop, forget Friends, right? When you think of a coffee shop in the 90s, like, from like Reality Bites, or what was that movie that was set in Seattle? Singles.
I wouldn't have
That's the coffee shop. It was the stereotypical 90s coffee shop. It was awesome.
known that.
It
Nice.
still is awesome.
Yeah.
But you know.
Of course. And then I have, and I'll be honest, I can't remember the full name of it because I didn't fully pay attention. But I think it's an orange spice latte from Luke's. And Luke's coffee, it's been around for a year or so. Also, I went and bought a mug, yes. But it's on Southland Drive. They're towards the back end of Southland Drive, where so many local businesses are back there. There's Winchell's, and then there's Gino's Tuxedos. There's used to be the Save-A-Lot with the really good chicken, which is now Critchfield Meats.
With the really good chicken.
Good chicken. Yes, thank you for reminding me. And Luke's is at the very end of the shopping mall. It's really cool. I've been there a few times now. Everybody's super nice. And yes, I bought this mug to help support local businesses. It's very cool. It's very dinery and retro. And I love coffee mugs, in case anybody out there is looking to buy me specifically a gift. Coffee mugs. I love them. Yeah, so there you go. Christmas gifts, you can send them to me. It's fine. We'll love it. I also came dressed for Christmas. I'm gonna stand up here. I have my black Christmas sweatshirt on, and to celebrate the holiday the right way, the horror way. So I know it's a
horror.
horror way.
HORROR.
I didn't say the other way.
Horror. It came out.
Horror.
Yes.
Listen.
Scary movies.
I'm from Eastern Kentucky. That's how words sound. It's a scary movie.
It's when the Hooters come out.
Yes. Oh man, what a great show. But yeah, if you're looking for not necessarily Christmas themed scary movie, but one that takes place around Christmas time. Would recommend Black Christmas. Carrie's scarred for life after seeing the social commentary.
I'm telling you, you won't be the same.
Renee's not seen it because she doesn't watch scary movies.
You will not be be the same.
It is not a Renee film.
You will absolutely not be the same.
The adult themes might be a little too much for you too, Renee. I'd say just stay away.
I like happy things.
Yeah, it's not happy.
Scary movies are not for me.
It's very bad. So anyway, yeah, we're all here with our local drinks, and that's a big reason that we're doing this video. We want to invite everyone to shop local no matter where you are.
Yes.
Even if you're here in Lexington, or if you're somewhere else in Kentucky, or if you're somewhere else on the other side of the world. Anywhere. Please support your local places. Everywhere in the entire world is hurting right now because of COVID.
That's what the internet's for.
Yeah.
You can damn order anything off the internet.
Yeah.
Okay?
Anything.
Anything.
Even these cereals. I mean, I bet some of these coffee shops would ship you some coffee too.
Some ground coffee. Yeah, absolutely they would.
Yeah. Or whole beans or whatever you're looking for.
Whatever you're into.
Yeah.
That fancy French press stuff.
Yes. Hey, I have a French press.
I got a Keurig. You turn it on, put the thing in, and it makes it coffee, and that's all I want.
I also have that, and I use it every day. A French press is really a lazy Sunday afternoon type deal. You got to dedicate some time to it.
Right, exactly.
It's a little more leaded, I would say, than just a regular cup of coffee. You know, you really got to put effort into it. It's worth it if you're into that kind of thing.
See, I'm not that patient, and in fact, I almost threw my mom's Keurig out the window last week because it takes too long to actually start making the coffee.
Oh, yeah, that's the downfall. It takes several minutes. You can't be in a hurry doing it.
Myself and the appliance had words. Her appliances are confusing, but that's another story.
Maybe you should get her a new Keurig that works better for Christmas.
Nah, I think she likes it. So it's her house. She can do what she wants. But
Yeah. Do you have a Keurig at your house, Renee?
I do. For my mother-in-law, me and my husband neither one drink coffee, but she does. So
that's the saddest thing I think I've ever heard.
John doesn't either. John hates tea too.
What is wrong with
the CFO hates tea and coffee. Can't stand either one of them.
Oh my God, that is wild. This is news I'm just hearing.
Leaf runoff is what he calls it. So.
All right, so now let's get into some of these holiday cereals here. I'm also not an expert at opening cereal bags. This one came
I used to be a cereal person all the time, cereal all the time, and I don't eat cereal hardly any anymore.
I have to be in the mood, and
I really don't eat breakfast all that much anymore.
I love breakfast.
Except on the weekends. I'm like a weekend breakfast person, but not during the week.
Breakfast is literally the best meal of the day, and if it was the only meal I had to eat, that'd be cool. That'd be fine.
So I had a fun idea, and I'm going to do it right now. Some of those, most people out there watching this probably are familiar with Revenge of the Nerds. We don't have any milk, right? I thought there was going to be milk. Apparently there isn't any milk. I don't have any milk in my house. So I probably put on my bad idea jeans, and I am going to Revenge of the Nerds the hell out of this cereal. Yes, this is Coors Light. No, it is not local, but still drinking the Fusion, which is, so it's okay. I don't want to waste the Fusion on the cereal.
Of course not, no.
Waste the Coors Light on the cereal. This still is not going to be near as bad as ranch soda. I can guarantee you. I bet this is actually still better than ranch soda. So.
Oh no, this is gonna be terrible. Also, go back a few episodes on Hungry in Kentucky, the audio podcast, and check out that because it was hilarious.
Yeah.
Well, how's that beer cereal?
Well, actually, not that bad.
Oh, really? Interesting.
It's not terrible. It's
So
berry.
this cereal, this is the Elf cereal. I'm not sure if it's just its own cereal or if it's supposed to be spoofing something. It just says Elf,
No,
sweetened corn puffs with holiday tree marshmallow.
It's just the elf cereal.
Okay. And then it's actually flavored with maple syrup and other natural flavors because, famously in the movie Elf, starring Will Ferrell, he makes breakfast for his family one morning, and it's basically a bunch of candy just piled on top of one another, and then it's all topped off with maple syrup.
I can't watch that part. No, I can't watch that part of the movie because it makes me nauseous to watch him eat that spaghetti.
Here's that. Oh,
Like,
yeah.
it makes me physically ill to watch him eat that spaghetti.
And then you
I was
probably
gonna
really
say-
can't see it, but
These little pieces almost taste like pancakes.
yeah, they taste like pancakes with better, like, lightly flavored maple syrup.
Yeah.
I kind of like it.
Yes, no, it's not bad.
I'm not trying to marshmallow me.
I haven't ever bought this in the store before.
I mean, honestly, to tell you the truth, I've had maple syrup flavored beers that, so it's like not, honestly, it's not terrible.
I mean, does it taste a little cardboardy to anybody else? Because it does to me a little bit. Like a faint. Very faint.
Would I use beer as a milk substitute on a regular? No.
Oh, I thought you were going to say yes. I was
But-
hoping you were going to say yes, Steven.
Well, but it's not making me sick. It's not terrible. And it's still better than ranch soda.
I'm sure we could find some more ranch soda for you if you want to try it again with that. It was funny, you all. She almost threw up.
I did
I
in my
love it.
own house.
Right in her own house.
Right in my own house.
I mean, I like this. Would you guys recommend this?
Yeah,
I think so,
it's alright.
No, like cereal is not cheap.
No.
And like I hate to just go and buy a new cereal that I've never tried without a recommendation or at least a sample. And us being able to sample this here for you guys, it's worth the purchase.
Yeah,
I don't think anybody would be disappointed.
I will say, I normally...
Calorie count's gonna be like right there. Sarah knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Sorry.
If anybody out there watches any kind of competitive eating,
YouTube,
especially
mukbang videos,
Eric
whatever.
Electric.
Yeah.
yeah,
Calorie
like,
count's gonna be like right there on your
and all your
screen.
macros are gonna be like
Right
there
there.
for you guys. So that's our fun little parody of an Eric the Electric video. But yeah,
140 calories.
it's not the worst.
No, 1 cup, serving size.
TBH, at home right now, I have Special K with chocolate in it that's supposed to be healthy, in quotes, but it has more calories than this does. So.
Yeah, this looks like just a General Mills, like, holiday special, seasonal type of cereal.
And I'm sorry, none of these places are local, but I did not see this at Kroger. I actually got this at Target. And I saw it at Meijer too, and I think they also have it at Walmart. So any grocery stores, the big box chain grocery stores, you can find this. This one, however, was a little bit harder to find. The Captain Crunch Christmas Crunch.
So I'm gonna use your cup here because I don't want to sully this
Yeah.
one with beer. That was a bit, and I'm not gonna repeat it. It was a one-time bit. Yeah.
Cool. Well, I'm kind of excited to try this. I like Captain Crunch, or I'm sorry, I'm referring to it by its formal name. It's actually Captain Crunch.
If you're familiar with Crunch Berry cereal,
I love Crunch Berries.
that's what it is.
Love Crunch Berries.
I always get Crunch Berries. Sometimes the Ooks All Berries.
It's Crunch Berry cereal. That's
Yeah.
exactly what it is.
Which is what I figured it would be. You know what? I love Crunch Berry. Who doesn't love Crunch Berry?
Oh,
They're delicious.
They're amazing.
so this one in a cup, 150 dry, 210 with milk.
I wonder what it is with that Coors Light though.
I don't remember what Coors Light is like in terms of calorie count.
I
So
don't either. I haven't really actually fully committed to drinking a full Coors Light in about 15 years at least.
I nerd up your cereal for you.
Maybe later. So
Yeah, it isn't terrible.
yeah, I like it.
Why?
I mean, if people out there are fans of Captain Crunch,
Yeah, if you're a Crunch Berry fan
Crunch Berries,
and you just want to be festive and just not plain old Crunch Berries, I guess, you know.
man, that is sometimes when I'm really in the mood for something lightly sweet, I'll just go to the store and get the little cups of Crunch Berries. So it's not a box, but it's like a serving and a half. It's perfect.
So do they not come with toys no more? Or?
Apparently not.
That sucks.
There's a maze on the back.
Yeah, but I want a toy. Dig through the box, dump all the cereal out in a bowl and put it back.
Man, when did they stop doing that, I wonder? Like, I've not even paid attention. I don't, like Harry, I don't eat cereal very often.
I really don't.
I have to be in a real mood for it. You're the cereal fiend over here, Renee. When was the last time you saw a toy in cereal?
I can't tell you the last time I've seen toys in
I used to be
cereal.
on Reese's Puff cereal was my thing.
Oh, yes. Have you seen the Reese's Puff with the big puffs?
No.
They have them that are like this big.
I used to eat that in college all the time. The Reese's Puff cereal.
Those are good. That's a good one too.
That's what I think. Like the last food that I can remember that has a toy in it is Cracker Jacks. And it's not cereal; it's just a snack. But I don't remember anything.
Yeah, but
like, let's have a
even
toy.
Cracker Jacks have gotten crappy with their prizes.
Oh yeah,
Their
no,
prizes
it's all
aren't even
crap.
good anymore.
I feel like all the good prizes used to be in like Fruity Pebbles and stuff like that. Which, by the way, this orange spice latte from Luke's Coffee tastes a lot like Fruity Pebbles. I meant to say that up top. It's got orange flavoring in it, and then I think it has brown sugar. Yeah, it's orange flavoring with brown sugar, and then it has assorted warm spices. So I'm guessing that's like cinnamon, nutmeg. I don't taste any kind of clove or like any kind of chai type flavor in there, but it's very good.
Alright.
Would recommend.
Alright.
And maybe it's not called the orange spice, but it's definitely orange flavored something. You'll see it on the menu. It's really cool. You just order it online and you pull up there. I didn't even have to call them. They like, as soon as I looked up from the steering wheel, they were standing there. So very good curbside service. So definitely check them out. So yeah, I think these are both good, fun, festive, like Christmas cereal treats, like waking up in the morning and you're just like, oh my God, I have to go to work. What could get me in a better mood? Oh, something that looks like Christmas. These are even like little, man, I was hoping these would be Christmas trees, these green
Those
ones.
are little stars.
Yeah, they're both, there's red and green pieces. I don't know if you can see them, but they're both stars. I was really hoping the green ones would be trees, like Christmas trees, but that makes too much sense, I guess.
You could do like a fun Christmas maze on the back of the box while you're sitting there enjoying your Christmas cereal. Since you don't get a toy, you get a fun activity.
Well, but that's the original iPhone, right? That's the original phone.
yeah,
Back of the cereal box is the original phone,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
maybe if you're trying to get away from the grind of Twitter and all the other sad stuff in the world, you just go back to your childhood and do a maze on the back.
On the back of the cereal.
Sometimes
Hey,
cereal
phone?
boxes have crossword puzzles and word searches.
Phone fatigue is actually a real thing. So
Oh, yeah.
people get tired of staring at their phone all the time. So you want something else to look at? Check the back of your celery box.
There you go.
It's also kind of addicting too. You just find yourself like in a scroll hole or whatever. But man,
Scroll hole.
if this were an episode we were putting on our podcast channel, it would definitely be called Scroll Hole.
See, I'd rather be going down a cookie hole.
I listened to that episode last night. It was very good.
Cookie hole.
Check out Carrie's podcast, Girls Beer Sports. That's also another fun show. And
Fun.
yesterday, I don't know, God. It was a good episode yesterday. They come out on Mondays.
They
A
did
lot
come out
of
Mondays.
cookie talk.
A lot of cookie talk.
Yep.
That was unscripted cookie talk too. That was not even like in a book cookie talk.
That's
that
the
was
best kind of cookie talk.
totally organic cookie talk.
Oh, yeah. Well, while we're talking about cookies, do you guys have a favorite Christmas cookie? I'll steal right from your podcast because I'm not ashamed.
Well,
I'm a thief.
I mean, I should make everybody go listen to the podcast to hear mine, but you know, I'll say it here because I support what is going on in this video.
Thank you.
Support the whole concept of, you know, the support God's pantry. Anyway,
Yes.
I digress. So my favorite are the peanut butter drop cookies with the Hershey's Kiss on them because my grandma Rush used to make them and they're very delicious.
Nice. Renee, what's your favorite one?
Probably just a good old-fashioned chocolate chip cookie. I feel like you can't beat it.
Even for Christmas? You know the special Christmas top cookie? Like, do you make any cool Christmas cookies? Interesting ones? You're a cookie maker over here.
Yes. I mean, sugar cookie is the best, I think, especially at Christmas because you can decorate it. You can do so many things with it. I know that's a very blasé answer, but I mean, they're good.
That was going to be my
Yeah.
answer. On my dad's side of the family, we have a big old giant family. We always have a huge get-together every Christmas. We're not doing that this year, obviously. But in normal years, my Aunt Ellen would make these awesome sugar cookies. And they're the good ones with, like, the royal icing on top.
Oh,
And
yeah.
they got, like, different decorations and stuff. I don't know what it is about royal icing on just, like, a plain sugar cookie. My
It's
God,
so
it's
good.
so good.
Good.
It is
I
very good.
could literally eat 20 of them in one sitting, and I have before as a child, and it doesn't end well. Never ends well.
Never does.
If you think it ends with
Nope.
throwing up, it does.
There you go.
Yeah,
All right.
I wouldn't recommend that.
Well, if you want to talk about cookies, though, just since you all brought that up, the little yellow bits that you have in your Captain Crunch taste just like the cookie that you can get from Windy Corner Market.
Oh yeah,
From Wendy's, they're corn cookies,
those are good.
but they taste just like these, and they sell them all year round.
It is a corn cereal.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
corn in it. So.
Yeah, they have them at Sims. They have them at Midway Bakery. They've got
Good job tying that back into
Yeah.
local.
Yeah, that
Yes.
was awesome.
Yeah, they're so good, and like it took me a couple of times. I'm like, this taste is very familiar to me, and eventually it hit. I was like, this tastes just like Captain Crunch. They're absolutely delicious.
I had forgotten about those.
Yes.
Thank you for bringing those
You're
up because
welcome.
now I really need to go get one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I bet Weta ships those out all over the place too.
Oh yeah, I'm
Oh,
sure.
yeah.
I mean, if you go to like the Midway Bakery website, you could probably get some. And I feel like
they're
holiday.
underrated because she's got like some bourbon chocolate chip cookies and some cranberry oatmeal cookies.
I think they're
And-
underrated as a bakery. People don't
Oh,
think
they're
of
so
Midway
good.
Bakery,
Everything
Midway
they
School
have is
Bakery,
good.
and it's
Yeah.
it's delicious.
It's
It
great.
is,
Yeah.
yeah.
All Renee and I for sure big fans of all her restaurants. You like them too, don't you? For the
Yeah.
most part, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're really good. She has a lot to choose from,
Yep.
so definitely go check those out.
So what she got? Holly Hill Inn, the sandwich place that I'm blanking on right now.
Zim's.
No, she got Holly Hill Inn,
yeah.
Zim's,
Windy Corner Market.
Windy Corner Market,
Wallace Station.
Wallace Station,
Smithtown.
Smithtown Seafood.
Honeywood.
Is Honeywood still open?
Uh-huh.
Okay,
As far as
Honeywood.
I know, yeah.
So that's 6.
She has. Does she have one more?
And the bakery.
The Midway
Midway
School
Bakery.
Bakery. The bakery.
Yeah, and all the Midway Bakery products that they make are in all her restaurants. So you're going to be able to get it everywhere, which is smart marketing on her behalf.
Yeah, I really like Zim's too because it's like it's in the old courthouse in downtown Lexington, which has been completely remodeled.
It's pretty
Looks
cool.
really
space.
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
And they are doing curbside right now,
Yep.
which is really nice. Call it in, just pull up in front of the courthouse, and they rent it out to you. It's fantastic.
There you go.
Yeah, for real.
All right.
Yeah, so take this time while you're watching this, or later in the day, or in the future, really whenever you have the time and or the funds, please check out God's Pantry Food Bank.
Yes.
It's a central Kentucky food bank. They serve Lexington and all the surrounding communities. I know in the years past when we've done this event in person and we've had food drives, we've gotten literally hundreds of pounds of canned foods to donate to them, which is fantastic. It's so awesome that people are willing to donate food like that. You can donate money. Yeah, there will be like a link to them to donate. So definitely check out God's Pantry. Check out all 3 of these places that we've got drinks from. Check out all the Weta Michael stuff. Pardon me. Don't check that out. That was terrible. Any really local restaurant that you love, please do something. If you buy a gift card, you get takeout. Like if you donate some money to them, maybe if people are taking money, whatever you can to help these places stay open, because nothing against a chain restaurant. There's just nothing like going to a good local down-home place where you know everybody and you know everything's going to be fresh and good, and everything good is local. So shop local.
When we get on the other side of this pandemic, we want these places to still be around. We don't want to see them go, and helping them now will help that to be the case later.
Yes, so whatever you can.
Yes.
Check it out. So yeah, thanks for watching. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, Happy Hanukkah, whatever you celebrate, from us here at Hungry in Kentucky.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
What up? It's your boy. Merry Christmas from Wine and Pop-Tarts.
Hey everybody, Mike Frazier here. Just wanted to thank Normal People, Wine and Pop-Tarts, and Bluegrass Bourbon Neats for asking me to play a few songs for the Shelter in Place for a Christmas event that's benefiting local charities in Lexington, like God Pantry. I dearly miss Lexington and all my friends in Kentucky, and hope to be able to make it over the mountains next year at some point. So this song is about Kentucky by the late, great John Prine. When I was a child, the family would travel to western Kentucky, where my parents were born. There's a backwards old town that's often remembered, so many times that my memories are worn. Daddy, won't you take me back to Muhlenberg County, and by the Green River, where paradise lay? Well, I'm sorry, my son, but you're too late in asking. Mr. Peabody's coal train hauled it away. Sometimes we travel right down the Green River to the abandoned old prison down by every hill. Well, the air smelled like snakes, shoot with our pistols, but the empty pop bottles were all that we killed. Daddy, won't you take me back to Muhlenberg County, down by the Green River, paradise lay? Well, I'm sorry, my son, but you're too late in asking. Mr. Peabody's coal train's hauled it away. Came with the world's largest shovel. They tortured the timber and stripped all the land. Well, they dug for the coal till the land was forsaken. Then they wrote it all down as a progress of man. Daddy, won't you take me back to Muhlenberg County, down by the Green River, where paradise lay? Well, I'm sorry, my son, but you're too late in asking. Mr. Peabody's coal train's hauled it away. When I die, let my ashes float down the river. Let my soul roll on to the Rochester Dam. Be halfway to heaven, to paradise away. Just 5 miles away from wherever I am. Daddy, won't you take me back to Muhlenberg County, down by the Green River, where paradise lay? I'm sorry, my son, but you're too late in asking. Mr. Peabody's coal train has hauled it away. Mr. Peabody's coal train has hauled it away. One, two, three. She closes the front door of a 92 Accord, staring down the old street. It's much different than before. Coming back to her father's town, it wasn't meant to be like this. Getting high in the basement like we always did. Getting by. Getting by. Years gone by without him, and she's helping when she can. Cutting hair on weekdays, Sunday she makes plans. Just like her mother, she's graceful and kind. Hasn't thought of leaving quite some time. Oh, getting by. Oh, getting by. Oh, getting by. Oh, getting by. One, two, three, four. Jamie placed a dime on the dashboard, and as that it fell from her purse, brags about the simple life, said she's happy living here. No moving anymore. So pick me up a flower for the service. Should I wear it on my shirt or in my hand? Reaching for some distant help to carry us along. She knew that wasn't wrong. When you're out there waiting, can't tell me why, but you leave it all behind. Leave it all behind. Leave it all behind when you go. called to tell me that you found Jesus. Wasn't he the one they wrote about? Ain't it funny how some people are still hiding? Any reason for the doubt? When you're out there waiting, can't find out why, but you leave it all behind, leave it all behind, leave it all behind when you go. When you're out there waiting, can't tell me why, but you leave it all behind, leave it all behind, leave it all behind when you go, but you leave it all behind. Leave it all behind. Leave it all behind when you go. Hope all you folks are doing all right out there. I'm gonna play a new song for you now. Well, I've been standing with the good Lord ever since I hit the ground. But now I'm fearing my own neighbor. Get in line, boy, time to be saved. Well, it don't mean much where you come from when the well has all been dried. So call your mother, try to recover, take a deep breath, step outside. I got a new job, it don't pay much. Spent my last check before it came in. The bills are piling without warning. It's got me feeling so low again. It don't mean much where you come from when the well has all been dried. So call your mother, try to recover, take a deep breath, step outside. Well, I've been thinking this ain't working. A few have stolen every cent. They want no questions, just reactions. They want you spending till you're in the grave. Well, it don't mean much where you come from when the well has all been dried. So call your mother, try to recover, take a deep breath, outside. Well, it don't mean much where you come from when the well has all been dried. So call your mother, forgive your father, take a deep breath and step outside. Thanks.
Hey everybody, my name is Jen Tackett and I'm from Georgetown, Kentucky, and I am super excited to be here with you guys tonight supporting God's Pantry. I work at the University of Kentucky College of Agriculture with 4-H Youth Development, and I've been lucky over the years to be able to take youth to volunteer at God's Pantry because it is such a blessing to this community. And this year, more than ever, it's going to be harder and they're going to need our support to make sure that they continue to be able to be a blessing to our community. But I'm going to do some songs I've written, some I haven't, and then I've got a festive finale where I've got a special guest that's coming in at the end. So the first song I'm going to do is called Grassy Creek, and I wrote it because my son and I were turning right, and apparently we weren't turning fast enough for the lady behind us, and she waved but didn't, if you know what I'm saying, but she honked, and my son said, "What is she doing?" And I said, "Well, she's just hurrying up to wait." And I got to thinking about my husband's grandmother lived in Grassy Creek, Kentucky, in a one-room shack at the left fork of the holler. And you know, what must they, though, people of that generation, think about how fast paced we live today, which I often think that COVID kind of slowed us down on purpose, and so we're all being made to slow down a little bit. But this is called Grassy Creek, and I hope you like it. She grew up on the left fork of the holler in a little white one-room shed. Yeah, she longs for those simple little times, and every night she prays for the day she'll go to bed. He says you're all hurrying up to wait and pushing bills still the pain, smiling big in all of those pictures. You're all keeping up with the Jones, plugged into your cellular phones, but you don't know the name of your neighbor. And take me back to Grassy Creek. And she always stopped to smell the flowers. Now the concrete's creeping in, and she longs for those simple little times, and every night she asks for God's right hand. He says you're all hurrying to wait and pushing pills to dull the pain, and smiling big in all of those pictures. You're all keeping up with the Jones, plugged into your cellular phones, but you don't know the name of your neighbor. And take me back to Grassy Creek. Yeah, she longs for those simple little times, and every night she prays for the day she'll go there. He says you're all hurrying up to wait and pushing pills to dull the pain, and smiling big in all of those pictures.
You're all keeping up with the Jones, plugged into your cellular phones, but you don't know the name of your neighbor. And take me back, and take me back, and take me back to grassy.
Some days I kind of want to go back to Grassy Creek myself, but this next one is a cover. It's one of my favorites because I love to dance. Now, to let y'all on a secret, I broke my leg this summer riding my son's bike. I don't recommend that. And I still am not, I'm walking, but I'm not dancing yet. But I can't wait to dance because that is one of my favorite things to do. And my granny told me that's like the one thing she really misses is being able to dance. So I always do this song for my granny. My grandpa, he's 95, and he keeps on dancing, he's still alive. My grandma, she's 92, she loves to dance and to sing songs too. Well, I don't know, but I've been told if you keep on dancing, you'll never grow up. So come on down and put a pretty dress on, we're gonna go out tonight. Dance, 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 dance all night long. I'm a hard-working man, I'm some gun, I've been working all week in the noonday sun. Woods in the kitchen and the cows in the barn, I'm all cleaned up. The chores are rolled up. Take my hand and come along. Let's go out and have some fun. Come on, darling, put a pretty dress on. We're gonna go out tonight. Dance, 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 dance all night long. Come on, darling, don't you look that way? Don't you know we smile? I got to say, you're my honey pumpkin love, you're my house delight. Don't you wanna go out tonight? You're such a pretty lady, you're such a sweet girl. When you dance, it brightens up my world. Now come on, darling, put a pretty dress on. We're gonna go out tonight. Dance, 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 dance all night long. Dance, 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 dance all night long. Dance, 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 dance all night long. So I love that song. I love Steve Miller Band, but I also love to dance, so that's why I wanted to do that one for you. But I'm going to do a couple more. Like I said, I'm going to bring my guest in. But this next song is a song called November that I wrote about a day that, you know, we all kind of, we have those days that we kind of want to forget about, but it's called November. Another trip around the sun always brings me to this day. Once again I'm reminded of the things I didn't say. And here I am counting the days. Counting the nights, and here I am, knowing you were right.
I'll just stay home today and close up all these blinds. Maybe call my mama up a girl so father time. 'Cause here I am counting the days, and here I am in my change rings, and here I am counting the days. I wish October was 2 months long, and all the Novembers would be gone. Here I am counting the days. Here I am in my change rings, and here I am counting the nights, and here I am knowing you were right. Another trip around the sun always brings me to this day.
So they said I could pitch whatever I wanted to, but I wore this hat, support your local music scene, because, not only nonprofits that are set to help our community are in need right now, but, our local artists and venues really need your help. And so I do have a Facebook group called Merry Merchmas that you can look, and we're doing giveaways, but you can find local artists and independent artist merch that you can give for the holidays. So you can give a good present and support our local musicians, because it's been a really tough year for them, like it has many other people, but that's just something that I've seen a lot of my friends struggle, and if you can support them as well, and especially this holiday season. So I'm gonna do one more song that was requested, and then I've got my festive finale coming up. This song is not Christmas appropriate. It's more Halloween appropriate, but it's called Haunt You. But I had a friend tell me that she hoped she haunted this man, and I think she could do it the way she said it. And I was like, woo, we probably all have somebody that we'd like to haunt. But Merry Christmas, Happy Halloween, boo.
Hope you see me by the sink, washing away my dreams. Hope you see me doing laundry, coming apart at the seams. Hope you see me in the bedroom, taking care of all your needs. Hope you see me in the mirror, and you know what lonely means, 'cause I'm gonna haunt you. Haunt you. I'm gonna haunt you. I'm gonna haunt you. Hope you see me by the road, you slide off in the rain. Hope you see me when you kiss her and she takes your love in vain. Hope you see me at the window, it's a different kind of pain. Hope you see me in your head, and you wonder if you're sane, 'cause I'm gonna haunt you. I'm gonna haunt you. I'm gonna haunt you. open doors and laughs to the world. I'm in your mind, I'm in your head. And I'm right there, even though I left. 'Cause my kind of love is hard to forget. You see my ghost only I'm not dead. 'Cause I'm gonna hold you. 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 I'm gonna hold you.
I told you it was creepy. But you can find me on Facebook and Instagram, Jen Tackett Music. And I've got that song and another on iTunes and Spotify. But I'm going to ask a little elf to come help me finish up my set. So Reed, if you want to get your elf attire on, and we're going to finish it out. He wanted to sing this one with me for you guys. And
but first I want to do a little magic.
Oh no.
Can I do some magic?
No magic. Come here, bub. Let's just go sing.
Elves are magic.
Elves are magic. Put your elf hat on. Say hi to everybody. All right, so put your elf hat on, and then we're going to sing some jingle bells. And if you're watching at home, you can sing with us. You ready? Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Hey! Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Bye. Thank you, guys.
Toodles.
This transplant is not going to be easy, Brad. Necessary for you, given your problems are largely hereditary, but not easy. I know that this is a lot to take in, but I have complete confidence that this transplant will work. Not only do I believe it will work, I believe afterwards you will be a man transformed. Totally different, totally new. Everything is going to be fine, Brad. Everything is going to be fine. 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 Everything is going to be fine, Brad.
Brad, everything okay over there? Okay then.
Hey everybody, Billy Mays here with some exciting news about the Wine and Pop-Tarts online store at wineandpoptarts.bigcartel.com. That's wineandpoptarts.bigcartel.com. We have this shirt, that shirt, another shirt. Look how big this one is. We also have a handful of white shirts. Damn, this box is full of these. We have patches, buttons, little buttons, big buttons, these, back patches. For punks only, I will be checking credentials. I'll mail you a box full of these. Stickers, normal size stickers, bumper stickers to decrease the resale value on your car. Order in the next 10 seconds and I'll throw in an officially licensed Wine and Pop-Tarts barf bag. Yes, it's real. So visit the Wine and Pop-Tarts online store for all your officially licensed Wine and Pop-Tarts merchandise needs at wineandpoptarts.bigcartel.com. That's wineandpoptarts.bigcartel.com. My house is slowly filling with bees. All right, folks, we're going to take a quick commercial break now to remind you to donate to God's Pantry Food Bank at godspantry.org. click the big orange donate button at the top. Brian, I'm enjoying the Ginger Ninja from Lucy Brown right now. Are you trying one? It's super good.
I don't have that at the moment, but I would love to try one next time I'm in Lexington. For now, I do have this nice H2O or water in this coffee mug. So, and it has my wife and I's engagement picture on it. So isn't that sweet?
Yeah. Well, I know you're not a big coffee drinker, but the next time you're in Lexington, Lucy Brown would make you a believer. Who do we have coming up next? Who's our next musical guest?
So our next musical guest is a fella named Rocky Catanese, and I'm really excited about getting him on the show. He's in a band. The first band that I became aware of that he was in is called Mercy Union, which is a band he's in now. They're about 3 years old, and one of the other guys in that band, Jared Hart, who's the singer, vocalist, and guitarist, is also on the show today. So we were able to get 2 guys from the same band, and I'm so pumped that they agreed to do it. And they're one of my absolute favorites. Their record, The Quarry, that came out a couple of years ago, is just fantastic. And Rocky was actually a pretty big influence on the way that I play guitar or developed my style in the past couple of years. I used to be kind of like a plug into an amp and play kind of guy, like not a whole lot of bells and whistles. But whenever I started getting into Mercy, I was really intrigued by the way he played. So I researched, saw him on Instagram, and he was always posting pictures of his gear. So I've actually kind of built out some like effects pedals and things like that. And, a big reason why, any of my contributions to normal people's music sound the way they do, a lot of it does have to do with Rocky and Mercy Union's music. So I think that's a really cool connection. It was kind of wild that both of the Jared and Rocky agreed to do this. I really look up to those guys, and
no pressure.
No pressure, exactly. Yeah. And you'll love this. One of our favorite things to do every year, of course, for anybody that knows us, is go to Fest in Gainesville, which unfortunately we could not do this year for obvious reasons. Can't wait to get back to that. But I did get to meet Rocky and Jared at Fest a couple years ago, and that kind of started our back and forth. And it was really cool just to have, like, they're so down to earth, and like, how sometimes people say don't meet your heroes. This one was worth it. So
clearly.
So I had a great time down in Gainesville with them, seeing their band for the first time, and I'm so excited for everybody to be able to check out these sets today.
Why don't you go ahead and throw to Rocky, because I know that I'm going to butcher his last name.
All right, Rocky Catanese coming right up. Thanks for tuning in.
Hi, everybody. My name is Rocky Catanese, and I'm here to play a few songs for you. This one's called Stealing. If I give it a try, could I wander off? I should recognize the signs before their patterns. I could trust a lie, something full of thought. To mend the sacred back is all that matters. Well, distance never makes a sound of a faulty breaking body less than allowed. Keep stealing from me, but I won't do anything. If the world would stop, then I could unlock the pieces that you need. You could come out strong, and you'll hide it well. But the strain, it's here, it's named your benefactor. I might have told you once, and yet I don't know it now. I keep coming back to fix the broken actor. My reasons are so perfect, and now keep stealing from won't do anything. If the world would stop, then I could unlock the pieces that you need. Keep stealing from me, but I won't do anything. If the world would stop, then I could unlock the pieces that you need, that you need. See all your wasted traits and take them from the ground right now. Somehow keep stealing from me, but I won't do anything. If the world would stop, then I could unlock the pieces that you need. Keep stealing from me, but I won't do anything. If the world would stop, then I could unlock the pieces that you need, that you need.
Cool. So I tried to make this very easy on myself, and I'm just using different guitars and different tunings instead of sitting here mindlessly tuning for you all to watch. But a big thank you to Brian for asking me to do this. All the money that's coming to be raised is for God's Pantry Food Bank, which is, you know, at this time with COVID and with the holidays, the last thing that anybody should have to worry about is food and where their next meal is going to come from. But enough of me soapboxing. Here is a new song. It's called Living With Me.
There's no washing out, there's no coming clean. Just coming to terms with what's become of me. I try to excise the stain of my defeat, but it turns out I'd only tear my seams. Would you tear my seams? Would you leave me be? Would I just be good if I could live with me? Bought a ticket out, I sold all my things. Burn this life to the ground. It's the last of this name or deed. Sit out to the ocean, become what tortures me, and be surprised at the first same memory. Keep the door locked just enough to know that someone was here. Or was it just a ghost? I don't know why you come around. Never better, you're always down. But maybe sometime you'll shift my way. Or maybe sometime I'll stay. I'll stay. There's no washing out, there's no coming clean. With the ticket out, all I found was me. Was it better when I was blind to my poisoning? I guess watered down is better than extinct. You can't leave me be. No, you can't ever leave. I'm afraid it's us, bound by sins and dreams. I don't know why you come around, but never better, you're always down. Maybe sometime you'll shift my way. Maybe sometime I'll stay. Maybe sometime you'll shift my way. Well, maybe that time I'll stay. I'll stay.
Thanks. It's kind of weird doing this ahead of time and talking to the camera like it's a person. But you're all people out there. So that's a good thing. So thank you for your time. Thank you for tuning into this whole event and giving your money and your goodwill towards others who need it this holiday season. I know it's pretty weird out there right now, to say the least. But when you have people like this that do good work and who care about each other, there is a little bit of hope. So this is going to be my last song. If you like what you heard, you can find me on the internet, just Rocky Catanese on pretty much everything. And be on the lookout for some new music this year. I'll see y'all soon.
The silence for what I had wrought. I hope it's worth the trouble. When every word you might have thought was undone by your denial. I can't keep my vows anymore. How to tell what to rate. Getting high on the highs and the lows, but still losing the game. 'Cause for now I'm out too soon. Oh, I'll use smudge out the mud. Of my friend, I am the worst of us, 'cause I don't seem to care for me. So if I die and die alone, I guess I relinquish control to the queen. Complicated for nothing at all. No good reason to show. I'm losing privilege to write or to call. I'll see you below. down the moon.
Hey everybody, Carrie from Girls Beer Sports Podcast here. A conversation with girls about beer and sports and whatever else, because it's our show. We do what we want. But we are very, very excited to be a part of this very special Sheltering in Place for Christmas event with Brett from Wine and Pop-Tarts in support of God's Pantry. Because 2020 has been crazy and no one needs help more than ever than God's Pantry. So if you can, while you're watching this, jump online, go make a donation to this event, or go make a donation to God's Pantry, or do both, whatever you want. Probably should do both. Anyway, here at Girls Beer Sports, we are all about shop local, eat local, and drink local. And we have a little segment on our show called GBS Recommends. So today, what we're going to do is we're going to take you around Lexington while you're sheltering in place. We're going to show you some of our favorite spots that get the GBS seal of recommendation. And we encourage you to go and support these, because even if you're sheltering in place, you can still order in. You can get growlers, you can get food, you can do curbside, you can do, delivery service, whatever you need to do to support. But like I said, shop local, eat local, drink local, and come along. We're going to show you where we like to do those things. All right, first place that gets the GBS seal of recommendation is my favorite restaurant in Lexington, Shamrock's Bar and Grill. Great beer selection, great food, friendly staff, just an all-around fun place to either just eat, drink, watch sports. And the great thing is they've got curbside carryout going on right now. You can get growler fills. They've got the best brunch in town. And if you really feel like coming out, they also have a great patio space that is indeed heated. So definitely Shamrock Bar and Grill. Patch and location though, patch and location only. Definitely locally owned, operated, and recommended by Girls Beer Sports. Okay, so stop number 2 on our shop local, drink local, eat local tour is the Beer Trap. And who do I run into but my lovely co-host Lauren.
I came out of the bedroom studio and I came down to get myself some beer.
Right? Yeah. So this is usually where you buy a lot of your beer, right?
It is. This is the origin of most of my show beers. You can come in, they'll give you great recommendations. They have stuff on tap, different stuff all the time. Good things in bottles. Bunch of tastiness in there. Stop on by the Chevy Chase neighborhood for sure.
And definitely, again, locally owned. Kevin blanking on his last name. He's been on the show.
Kevin, who has been on the show.
Yes, but he does a lot of the beer picking. He is what do you call it?
A beer sommelier.
Yeah, beer sommelier, which I'm blanking on there's an exact word for that too, and I don't remember what it is.
Cicerone?
Cicerone, yes, Cicerone. See, this is why she's on the show. Yep. But yeah, Lauren gets the majority of her show beers down here. They have a fabulous selection. Their prices are pretty good too.
Yep.
And they're open. You can come in. I think they have curbside. Do they have curbside?
I'm not sure if they have curbside or not, but you can definitely check out. They are on all the social medias. They've got a web page. You can follow all of Kevin's stuff as well.
Yep.
He has great takes on beers, great information on tasting notes, and all your favorite beer nerdery. Lots of good stuff.
And hopefully when they open back up, to like people, if you're interested and you feel comfortable, they do have something called beer school on Sundays where they go through different styles of beer and talk about that and teach you all about beer. And bonus, to my left, you can't see it, I guess I could turn the camera here this way, that way, over there is the Bear and Butcher, which is also locally owned. And again, you can come into the beer trap. Traffic goes by. You come into the beer trap and actually get food ordered from the Bear and the Butcher brought to the beer trap.
Yep,
So,
and you can do the same thing with on down as Bourbon and Toulouse. Wonderful Cajun food here in Chevy Chase as well. And you can grab their food and they welcome you to bring food into the beer trap, sit down and have a cozy time, during the good times.
yes, and masked up and socially distanced
Yes.
and all that good stuff. So the beer trap definitely gets the GBS seal of recommendation. GBS recommends. Lauren, thanks. Yay! All right, so we drink a lot. We drink a lot of beer on this show, but that doesn't mean that we're not healthy, because honestly, it is very important, especially now, to stay healthy. So, another local eating, drinking type place that we're going to give the GBS seal of recommendation to is Shake It.
Shake It.
Shake It. So Shake It is totally locally owned, operated. They do healthy plant-based shakes and what else? Smoothies. Shakes and smoothies. So, curbside? Yep. Curbside, you can call, order, get your delicious healthiness on. Because again, it's important to drink, but it's also important to drink healthy. So, definitely GBS seal of recommendation. GBS recommends. Ding! 3, yeah. Stop number 3 on our little tour of Lexington, GBS recommends, is Manchester Campus Street.
The Distillery District.
And my other co-host, Lee. Lee likes the Distillery District.
Yes, I do.
Because Lee can get actual things to drink in the Distillery District.
Very much.
Because if you listen to the show, you know that Lee can't drink beer. Even though beer is in the title, she can't drink it. But you know what? That's what makes it fun, because you get to we get to experiment with other things.
We get to expand everyone's horizons.
We do. So there's a bunch of different places down here. There's a Break Room, there's Ethereal, there's Goodfellas Pizza, there's what else?
Elkhorn Tavern.
Elkhorn Tavern. I don't know. There's a bunch of places down here.
Crank and Boom.
Crank and Boom. But we're going to highlight 2 on our GBS Recommends list. And the first one is Fusion Brewing. I mean, it's a brewery. They serve beer. Actually, now they also serve, I believe, getting ready to start serving wine and some other things. They have a few food offerings. There are food trucks that do come down here to Manchester campus and serve food. You can bring in your own food. They have a fabulous patio space over here, around the, actually, we're just gonna take a walk.
Oh, we're gonna walk?
Yeah, we're gonna walk.
Oh, and cider is available here too, so
Yes.
I can come and drink with friends.
Yes, yes. So we're just gonna take a walk. So walk with us. Come on. We're walking. We're walking. Come on. Okay, so here we are with the fabulous patio space, all right, with the heaters and the fire pits and all that. So you can come, you can go to the window here, say hello to Peyton.
Hello.
Get you a beer and sit out in a lovely outdoor type space here at Fusion Brewing in the Manchester Distillery District. But, and of course, it gets the GBS seal of recommendation. GBS Recommends. All right, so you got beer on one side with Fusion. You got beer up the hill with Ethereal. You got beer and liquor at the break room.
And Elkhorn Tavern.
Yes, and Alcorn Tavern.
And Goodfellas.
But you've also got cider here at Weisberg. So Lee, I know you've been here. This is Lee's like one of Lee's favorite places ever.
This place is a little bit different than your normal cider. It's a lot of their dry cider, so it's not all the way
what
sweet,
you like.
which is what I love. In the summertime, this is great because they have their slushies. And if you make friends with the bartenders, they will put a little something in there for you.
All right.
It's really good. So this is a really fun spot to come down to because, again, they have a really nice patio. Because of right now, there's a nice little tent building. But the creek runs along here as well, so it's kind of cool down here.
It is. It's nice. And there's a whole bunch of porta potties up on the hill too that you can look at for your viewing pleasure. But this is and they got a really cool like bar set up where they open the garage door and you can kind of sit along the bar and everything. So
they offer a charcuterie board as well, so
and
I know Carrie loves.
Who doesn't love a good charcuterie board? I don't know. If you don't, then I can't help you. But so definitely, Weisberg cider gets the GBS seal of recommendation. GBS Recommends.
Woohoo!
Okay, so here we are on the last stop of our GBS Recommends tour of Lexington. And so I hope you all have enjoyed this little tour of places that we really like and really support. Like I said, we love to shop local, eat local, drink local, and you can't get any more local than some of the places that we've taken you around to today. And again, you can call these places, come in, get curbside, get to go, growlers, howlers, food, all of that stuff, great beer selection, great food selection. So just because you're sheltering in place for Christmas doesn't mean that you can't have a good time and support local. So last stop, Mirror Twin Brewing. This is one of our favorite places. We love Derek. It's great. They've got food here. Rolling Oven Pizza is here. They have a great brunch. They have tons of good beer. They also have two buildings, not one building, but two buildings. So they have the brewery, and then in a second building over to my right, they actually have a kind of a bar type area, more a higher end type of area that serves alcohol, if that's your thing, or wine, or whatever. They do have a few cider offerings, but no, it's a great space, and they make great beer, and just a lot of great people down here. So, like I said, this is the brewery. If you are comfortable, you can come down here, and they do have a big tent space in their parking lot. Walk over here for a second. So they do have a tent space, and then that's their second building over there that has the wine and the liquor and all of that good stuff. So again, I want to say thank you to Brett for putting on this event online to support God's Pantry, a great cause, and I really, really, really appreciate Wine and Pop-Tarts for having us be able to participate in this. Again, we have been Girls Beer Sports Podcast. This has been a lot of fun. You all have been great. And you can actually find us, if you're interested, on Twitter at GRLS Sports. We are literally everywhere good podcasts are free, so go check our show out. Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google Play, everywhere good podcasts are free. And hopefully at some point we will see you out here in the world. In the meantime, GBS recommends. Take care.
Hey everybody, my name's Sean Taylor. I play in a band called the Angry Lisas. We're from Portland, Oregon. Rainy Portland, Oregon. It's getting cold. Brian, our friend Brian, had asked us if we would play a couple songs for their annual Christmas time fundraiser. This year they are trying to raise some awareness for God's Pantry Food Bank out in Lexington, Kentucky. So, yeah, I'm happy to be here. It's been a weird year. We put out a record in October. Haven't got to play any shows. Last show I played was probably January. So I'm going to try to not mess this up, but no promises. This first song is called Reflections. So hang me up on your wall of worthless treasures. We'll all be an ornament of all the things that you did wrong back when you were too young to know the difference. So chalk it up to all your younger judgment. Well, sometimes it wakes me up right along the cusp of crossing over. Well, I was looking off so far and you were fading like a ghost into the ether. Curb your sorrows with open eyes. We got miles left to road, so cut those ties. Nostalgia leave me and let me lie. You made it look so good from somewhere way past those nights. Did you get my letters? I hope they don't arrive. I was wrecked that morning. I pulled through by 5. I wrote a lot of things that I should have left unsaid. Someday when I'm older, someday when you're older, someday when we're older, we might heal from all of this. So patch me up. I gave away the stones in my foundation. I traded haste for all remaining patience. It didn't suit me well, and I had to learn to quell the ache of growing pains, and I gave it up. I tried to let it sink below the surface. I always heard that suffering was worth it, but I never had much aid from accolades or faith to get me through my days. And I was looking off so far, you were burning like a star right in front of me. sorrows with open eyes. We got miles left to road, so cut those ties. Nostalgia leave me and let me lie. You made it look so good from somewhere way past those nights. Did you get my letters? I hope they don't arrive. I was wrecked that morning. I pulled through by 5. Wrote a lot of things that I should have left unsaid. But someday when I'm older, someday when you're older, someday when we're older, we might heal from all of this. All right. I'm gonna play a couple from our new record here. Normally we play these as a full band, and so it's I normally don't play a lot of the full band stuff when I do solo performances, just because I think there's some mojo about having the whole band there, and I don't know, I just like, you can really feed off all the cool parts, but I think these two are gonna be pretty cool on acoustic. One of them I've never played on acoustic, so wish me luck. My stained glass point of view. close enough. Alright, so this next one's called True South. I've never played this acoustic ever. I think it's cool though, I think it's cool. Off the wall, pinholes scattered, edges worn. There are places we should have been by now. Tethered faith has left me spent. I've grown resentful of myself and all the things I wish that I could still believe. Will sorrow break me? Teach me how to stand back up on my own. So come and take me. You know I'm way too cynical to let this go. And I'm nothing like I used to be, just white noise. I used to stand so fervently with my chin held high. I wish I could say I still had faith, but I ain't been sleeping well at night. Cobblestone and older paths, winding back on covered tracks. Every time I try to leave, I end up staying one more night. The maps were crumpled up and torn, our pulses beating south and north. We were lost and found with hearts true south and the scars still burning. Break me and teach me how to stand back up on my own. Come and take me. You know I'm way too cynical to let this go. And I'm nothing like I used to be, just white noise. I used to stand so fervently, my chin held high. I wish that I still had faith, but you could always tell when I was lying. Nothing I could say, there was nothing I could do to find my way back out, to find my way to you. And I knew it from the start that I was bound to lose. It was less about the fall and learning how to choose. It's about learning how to choose. Sorrow break me and teach me how to stand back up on my own. Well, come and take me. You know I'm way too cynical to let this go. And I'm nothing like I used to be, just white noise. I used to stand so fervently still have faith, but I ain't been sleeping well at night. That was pretty close. That was pretty close. All right, I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll see. I'll play two more for you guys. Let me see if I can. Let me just pull up my notes here. Yeah. Okay, I got two more. I really hope that these cameras are still recording because I have no idea if these phones have space. The song's called Thunderbolt. I haven't played this one in a long time. The sky was painted like a dream last night, the kind that left me missing you all day. I've been thinking about what went wrong. It's obvious that this is my fault. There's a trail of blood, and it's still warm. I thought I could talk my way out of this one, and I swear I saw you holding up that broken smile from a distance. It was dark, but I have picked apart that song. And you talk poetry, we never slept so soundly in the night. We both got anxious, speaking tongues, dying, cursed our frantic minds. There was a tattoo on your hip. I hope those wings have really flown. I was lightning, you were my thunderbolt. Tired of stoking flames. Yeah, I was king of loneliness. Yeah, you were the queen of pain. And we cut so deep with our claws that we couldn't see a goddamn thing. And I swear I saw you with the tear rolled down your face. On your lips were goodbyes. We were lost in West LA. And you talk poetry, we never slept so soundly in the night. We both got anxious, speaking tongues, dying, cursed our frantic minds. There was a tattoo on your hip. I hope those wings have really flown. I was lightning, you were my thunderbolt. I've tried drinking just to help me sleep. Yeah, I've done pills and powders, and I never found relief. I've woken up with strangers I called to enemies. some clarity. And I swear I saw you, but my heart, it often lies. For a second, in the dark, I thought I felt you by my side. 1, 2, 3. And you talk poetry, and we never slept so soundly in the night. We both got anxious, speaking tongues, dying cursed, our frantic minds. There was a tattoo on your hip. I hope those wings have really flown. I was lightning, you were my thunderbolt. Yeah, I was lightning, you were my thunderbolt. Yeah, I was lightning, you were my thunderbolt. All right. Sweet. All right. I wanted to play a super new one and a super weird one, just to kind of just to change the mood a tiny bit, just to bring it up before it's over. I brought you down, we'll bring it up. This song is called Fool's Gold. I wrote it this summer. I don't know what we're gonna do with it yet. Eventually, we'll probably play it eventually, but I think it's fun. So anyways, Brian, thank you so much for letting us be a part of this. Everybody check out, I'm sure they're gonna have information everywhere. God's Pantry Food Bank in Lexington, Kentucky is who they're trying to raise some awareness for this holiday season. My name's Sean Taylor, playing a band called The Angry Lisas. Check us out. We're all over the place. The song is called Fool's Gold. Thank you very much. You were swallowing thunder and you were spitting out raging seas. You're a pulling away from blowing up everything. And I knew that you were loaded by the way you talk. Trouble always sparkles like fool's gold does, but ain't worth a thing. You won't find me hiding in between the lines. I'll be gone before the ambulance arrives. Your blues are deeper than the ditch of compromise. I'll be setting like a mirrored stone in a West Coast valley sky. Anymore and you pushed and you pulled like an undertow until you buried me away. Yeah, jaw clenched tight, sweet talking puppet strings. And you read my rights on the last cool day of spring. And I knew that you were circling like a vulture does, waiting for the moment you could pick me off and finish it. You won't find me hiding in between the lines. I'll be gone before the ambulance arrives. Your blues are deeper than the ditch of compromise. be setting like a mirrored stone in a West Coast valley sky. And you pushed and you pulled like an undertow. Yeah, you pushed and you pulled like an undertow. You pushed and you pulled like an undertow until you carried me away. Thank you very much. Bye, guys.
It's a beautiful day in Garrett County, Kentucky. I'm reading some hijinks from the hills here in honor of O.H. Napier. I got a couple of stories on my cell phone that I'm going to read for the Wine and Pop-Tarts crew. This one's called Taking a Stand for Children. I want to give a shout out to Brett and Bob Sanigas and Travis Gohagan and the crew. Taking a stand for children. I was named the inventor of new jobs. People waited in line to have me invent a new job for them. I was helping the economy. One woman asked if I could give her a job involving candles. No requests, lady, I said, and named her the town axe dangler. A man with small ears became the man who nicknames body parts. A ponytailed child asked for a job and I said, not yet, and she groaned and dropped her head. Adults never let kids do anything, she said, moping, dripping pre-rain sprinkle tears onto the sidewalk. I decided to take a stand for children and named her the honorary job evaluator, tasking her with giving each new invented job a rating on a scale of her choosing. Whenever I gave someone a new job, she'd shout out a word that represented her rating. When I titled someone the Pay Lake cheerleader, she yelled, "Spaceship!" while wagging her fist as if she were casting a spell with an invisible wand. A man became the church goblin and she shouted, "Dental floss!" This kid's really got the hang of it, I thought, and her cheers were giving me a confidence boost as well. I told the girl she was doing a great job, although I wasn't able to make much sense of her ratings. She invited me into her office and said, "I wish I could tell you the same." She relieved me from my duties. I returned the next week to wait for a new job, only to find out that the position had been automated. The child had been laid off too. "It's a brutal industry," she said, ashing her cigarette. That's one. I want to give another shout out to Brett and Bob Sanigas and Travis Gohagan and the gang. Brett actually gave me my first job writing in the writing industry. He let me open for him at the New York Comedy Club. It was me, him, the Salt Lake Twins, and one more. A little guy named Elvis Presley. This one's called The Toddlers Are Playing Airport Again. You can find it online at websites. Toddlers Are Playing Airport Again. They've partitioned everything. The slide is the runway. The jungle gym is the terminal, covered in tiny travelers. Anything with mulch is part of the operations area. Nobody flies. Nobody ever wants to be pilot. The toddlers love every aspect of the airport except for flight. Tickle always wants to be the rampy, loading freight onto planes with his sandbox bucket. Dosh is the lab agent, as she's the best at keeping the plane's bathrooms within regulation. Everyone wants to be Bill Boyer Jr., CEO. They fight over his stock options until they shove one another and you have to step in and separate them, saying, "Lacey, you were Bill Boyer Jr. CEO last time. Why don't we let Steve this time?" One child reluctantly plays pilot and discusses weather conditions and itinerary changes with the dawdling crew chief, a snotty kid with both shoestrings loosey-goose. This is most of their game. Quiet discussions, loading and unloading bags into mouths of slides. "This is the 4th time I've been routed through Tampa this week," pilot child groans while the other begins the aircraft's pushback, preparing for takeoff. They bicker over operating the tow motor. When you say, "Don't you kids want to fly? Just once. Don't you want to fly?" They say, "That's what everyone thinks on day one. You just come in and fly, no problem. Like it's a breeze, you just fly. But we've got an overnighter on a non-movement area, an ATC is backed up to Glasgow, and I haven't had a single fruit snack today, so forgive me if I'm a little on edge, Mr. Skycap." And you step back, remind yourself it's just their game, babble with the other parents, and think of some great taxi propelling you through the sky, vaulting into the blue and white, traversing the mighty somewhere else. I'll hold for applause. I got one more. Again, I want to give a shout out and a thank you to Brett and the Wine and Pop-Tarts crew, Bob Sandigas, Travis Gohagen, the whole gang. This is called Mother's Blessing. It's a short one. It's for everyone who's ever been in this position. My adult daughter is in town for the holidays with her new boyfriend, a Royal Crown Cola vending machine. She directs all dinner table conversation towards him, trying to include him, trying to impress me as we drink coffee after the meal. She says he grew up really sheltered but has changed a lot. Everyone has room for change, she says, jingling a pocket full of quarters. Thank you all.
Happy holidays from Alessia, Callie the Whale. Cheers to you and yours.
All right, Brian, we're going to take another quick break here, and I wanted to play a game. Are you ready for
Let's
this?
do it, baby. I'm ready.
Okay, so I'm looking at the God's Pantry website right now, and they actually have a breakdown of how many meals that every donation provides to people in Central Kentucky. So check this out. It starts at, now you can donate any amount on their website, but here are some of the suggestions. I'm going to give you, Brian, the dollar amount, and I want you to tell me how many meals that you think that dollar amount provides for people in the community in need. So we're going to start with $10. Now that's not much, right? $10.
$10.
I think everybody could
combo meal at Wendy's, baby.
Yeah, conceivably pretty much everybody could afford $10 for a donation to God's Pantry. How many meals is that, do you think?
3?
That's 80 meals.
80?
80 meals for hungry kids and teens, according to the God's Pantry website.
Wow. I guess that makes sense, though, because a network like that is able to get probably some really good deals on bulk pricing and things like that
That's
they
right.
distribute. So that's a beautiful thing. Yeah, that's wonderful.
So next tier is $25. How many meals do you think $25 buys?
300.
Close. 200 meals for older adults in need. We have switched to a completely QVC now. So
am I over or under? Do I win anything?
No. but you're stuck here. We're live, so you have to keep playing.
Okay, sure.
Okay, so the next tier, it's a little bit more. It's $25. You could skip a night at the bar and be able to afford that donation. $50 is a little bit more. That's the next tier, $50. What's $50? I mean, so you skip a night out at the Olive Garden tomorrow night? Like, that's not that bad. You can figure $50 into your budget, right?
Yeah.
Well, you're not a fan of Italian food, though, are you? You wouldn't go out.
No, I am. Olive Garden rules. What I would say though is I'm not spending $50. I'm just getting free breadsticks and rolling with an entree. But
sure.
if I'm really trying to impress somebody, I'm going to take them to Olive Garden. We're going to do the whole spread. It's going to be about $50. So yeah.
Well, you could impress them an equal amount, by donating to God's Pantry. I don't know.
$50.
I tried to sell that.
Right. Yeah.
Speaking of Olive Garden, just really quick, did you know that they have Italian margaritas there? That's true.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I had no idea that the margarita was discovered in Italy. Anyway,
made with tequila?
I'm not sure. $50. How many meals does $50 get you per God's Pantry?
$50 it'll get you 500 meals.
400 meals for struggling seniors.
Wow.
Really need
That's
you to
crazy.
dial in.
I'm just saying like some crazy number. I'm like, I don't know,
and you're really close.
And then it's somewhere around that.
We need to get your awe like dialed in for that. Like, how many meals does $50 buy? I don't know, 8?
Yeah.
400.
400. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so the next tier, it's $100. Now that's a significant amount. That's a pretty big ask. But enough people donating today, we can definitely clear $100. How many meals is $100?
So, I'm an accountant by trade. So we just said 400 for 50. And I'm going to think there's a quantity incentive on going up. So I'm going to say 850.
I recognize some of those words, and it's 800 meals for an emergency shelter.
Yes.
That's a lot. And I know, in the winter in Lexington, there's going to be a lot of emergency shelters opening up that aren't in operation throughout the rest of the year. So they're definitely going to be in need when it gets really cold. So that's a big deal. And then the final tier
awesome.
is $250. Now, I know that that's a lot, but I know that with enough people tuning in and donating to God's Pantry, we can totally clear $250. I mean, that's enough of us working together. That's easy. How many meals for families facing food insecurity does $250 get you?
1,500.
2,000.
Oh, wow.
$250 donated to God's Pantry Food Bank gets you 2,000 meals for families facing food insecurity. That's per their website.
That's insane.
So who do we have coming up next? Now that you won, okay? I don't know.
I won.
Yeah,
you win. I'll tell you what. That is. I've met some people in my time that have dropped $250 bar tabs on one night. This is a much better use of money than overpriced drinks, right?
Right.
I don't know. Depending on where you drink, but
it seems like a no-brainer to me.
At Fest, you could probably get 2,000 PBRs for $250. I don't remember what they cost, but
true. Hey, speaking of Fest, that's a perfect segue to our next musical guest. Who we got coming up next?
So we have Craig Shea coming right up. So I'm super excited he agreed to do this. He is in a band called Cold Rex. They're from New York. He's also in a band called Answering Machine that just came out with their first full-length LP this year in 2020. It is absolutely one of my favorite LPs of the year. So I would highly recommend checking that out on Bandcamp, wherever you get music, Apple Music, Spotify, it's all there too. But that record's called Bad Luck, and it's fantastic. He plays bass in both of those bands, and he's also been putting out some solo work this year on his Bandcamp page, which is fantastic. Some of them are Cold Rex songs kind of redone and like maybe their original form, the way he wrote them. And then one song is, a song that he wrote for somebody else that they recorded. So I would highly recommend going to check out Craig Shea and Cold Rex and Answering Machine all on Bandcamp. And of course, another benefit of why we're doing this is we want to give lots of money to God's Pantry. We also want to give musicians a way to showcase their work since they can't tour right now. And one of the beautiful things is you could walk away from today watching with an artist that you're really psyched about. And I think Craig is one of those people that could create fans from just about anybody. So really excited to hear Craig Shea coming right up.
Hi, my name is Craig Shea. I play in the bands Cold Rex and Answering Machine. I also release music solo as Craig Shea, and this is for all my friends in Lexington, Kentucky.
You only show up in my head when I can't sleep. I used to think I could see you in different cities. I'm letting go, but I'd like to know about the handful of nights when a couple things felt right, about the handful of days when all we could say was goodbye. I'm letting go, but I'd like to know. I know this is growing up, I'm starting to see. But now when I see you, my throat closes up, I can't breathe. It's only getting worse in this garbage universe. But there was a handful of nights when a couple things felt right. There was a handful of days when all we could say was goodbye. There's nothing to let go. couple things felt right. About a handful of days when all we can say was goodbye. About a handful of nights when a couple things felt right. About a handful of days when all we could say was goodbye. About a handful of nights when a couple things felt right. About a handful of days when all we could say was goodbye. 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 All right, song 1. This is totally my first take. I'm doing great. I gotta retune. So that song's called Garbage Universe. I wrote it before the universe truly became garbage. Good enough for punk. Alright, so this next song is also a Cold Wreck song. When I am 29, when I am 29, I'll start going to therapy. When I am 29, when I am 29, I'll start going to therapy. I'll make time then, no more excuses. I'll start going to therapy. When I was 24, when I was 24, I was fucking up everything. When I was 24, when I was 24, I was fucking up everything. I had 3 jobs and a broken heart. I was fucking up everything. When I was 3 years old, don't remember what I was told. I found empty vodka bottles in your briefcase. When I wasn't even born, did I deserve the scorn that I get with every year, but never ask for? When I am 29, when I am 29, I'll start going to therapy. When I am 29, when I am 29, I'll start going to therapy. I'll make time then, no more excuses. I'll start going to therapy. All right. And then this next one is a Cold Wreck song that I recently released solo as well. It's called American Spirit. It was requested by Brian, so this is for Brian. Well, that was bad. I'm just gonna restart it. Just edit this out. We'll get it in post. I smoked the cigarettes you left. I smoked the cigarettes you left. They weren't permanent. You weren't permanent. I smoked the cigarettes you left. You slept beside me in bed. That's all we did. Better than what I always do. That's all we did. Better than what I always do. I smoked the cigarettes you left. I smoked the cigarettes you left. They weren't permanent. You weren't permanent. I smoked the cigarettes you left. You woke up early when you left. Packed a car with your friends. Kissed my face when you left. And I live in a place where everything's becoming okay. I smoked the cigarettes you left. I smoked the cigarettes you left. They weren't permanent. I smoked the cigarettes you left. I took the laundry off my bed. Smelled like American spirits, just like you left me American spirits. If you check out recordings of that, it's got a lot of pretty harmonies. My new version even has some keys on it. All right. Turns out that my phone video can only record for so long, but that's okay. I have a new Craig Shea song called Heart Attack. It goes out to all my fellow anxiety havers out there. I'm not having a heart attack. I just feel like I'm having a heart attack. I'm not having a heart attack. I just feel like I'm having a heart attack. I used to be more eloquent, used to have better thoughts in my head. I've been burned out since high school with this overwhelming sense of dread. Looking out the TV, static window of the airplane, leaving Portland, leaving nothing. These days I feel like crumbling. These nights are more than I can take. You ask if I'm going to the party, I say that I'm going to the wake. I am crumbling, I am nothing, I am crumbling, and I'm not having a heart attack, I just feel like I'm having a heart attack. I'm not having a heart attack, I just feel like I'm having a heart attack. I'm not having a heart attack, I just feel like I'm having a heart attack. I'm not having a heart attack, I just feel like I'm having a heart attack. Woo. All right, I got two more left in me. I think that I'm gonna play. I'll play one that probably came out 10 days before you see this. It's a Cold Wreck song. It's the first Cold Wreck song on the first Cold Wreck's album. It's called Price. Eyes meet smiles and small talk and questions, and there's no thought to the motivation you need down the road. Stop by gambling nights, then weeks and months, and like a serious poker match it gets more serious. Like lifetimes and I don't know shit, I didn't want this, but there was a wanting when I hadn't wanted for anything, and there are long hairs in my clothes, pillows that smell like you for days, and there's a dopamine release in my brain that I can't stop chasing. It's crazy how long I can last off of that. I haven't figured out lasting and leaving, or neither appealing. I get back to the last thing I keep are the mornings. I lose the nights and the days, it's the price for love. It's the price for being loved. It's the price for love. It's the price for being loved. It's the price for love. It's the price for being loved. It's the price for love. It's the price for being loved. Whew, I didn't practice that, so I was really anxious the whole time I was going to mess it up. I had to pitch that song for like Spotify editorial playlists today, and I don't think it's going to get on one. It's a weird thing to like pitch your song, and I don't know. I feel like this is magic with like songwriting and touring and playing with your friends, and I feel like when you do the businessy parts, it just feels the opposite.
I got one more. It's a Cold Rex song, also from the first Cold Rex album. It's called Drawbridge. Thanks again to Brian for asking me to do this, and I miss all of my friends in Lexington, Kentucky greatly, and I hope you're all doing well. I definitely played the song in Lexington before. It's close enough. When I said I loved you, you said you hope so. But I still take your phone calls once a week. I have shot dead from a stolen rifle that was well kept. It's small and it's slow and it stings, and I know that I've worked towards this death my whole life. I've worked towards this death my whole life. Breathe out, collect last thoughts, bleed out, lay down. Have another conversation, say sorry. I feel like Tennessee Williams when I try to explain. Yeah, you all give me that look. One day, I won't wait for the drawbridge. Yeah, I'll gun for it anyway. Yeah, one day, I won't wait. I won't wait. One day, I won't wait for the drawbridge. Yeah, I'll gun for it anyway. Yeah, one day I won't wait. I won't wait. When I said I loved you, you said you hope so. When I said I loved you, you said you hope so. When I said I loved you, you said you hope so. When I said I loved you, you said you hope so. When I said I loved you, you said you hope so. Thanks, I'm Craig Shea. I play in Cold Rex and Answering Machine, and I release music solo as Craig Shea, and I hope that you have a good holiday season, as good as you can have in these times.
gets me high. Well, I know you know that I have grown. I am not many things that I used to be. Well, I know you know, though I'm on my own. I am not many things that I used to be. I am not many things that I used to be. I am not many things that I used to be.
Hello, my name is Roger Harvey, and I am honored to be a part of this year's show. From here in Pennsylvania to you in Kentucky, this is where I've been sitting out most of this year, hoping that soon I can get back out on the road. I'm gonna play a couple songs for you. This song is by the late John Prine, and I think it's a appropriate song for this time of year, an appropriate song for this year. And I hope everyone is doing the best they can. All the snow is turned to water. Christmas days have come and gone. Broken toys and faded colors are all that's left to linger on. I hate graveyards and old pawn shops, for they always bring me tears. Can't forgive the way they rob me of my childhood souvenirs. Memories, they can't be bought, can't be won at carnivals for free. Took me years to get those souvenirs. I don't know how they slipped away from me. Broken hearts and dirty windows make life difficult to see. That's why last night and this morning always look the same to me. I hate reading old love letters, for they always bring me tears. Can't forgive the way they rob me of my sweetheart's souvenirs. Memories they can't be bought and can't be won at carnivals for free. Took me years to get those souvenirs. I don't know how they slipped away from me. This song is called Twice as High. Used to think you were the queen. Used to think so many things. Woke up one morning and you took the car. Never did find out where you are. Maybe in the valley with the famous stars, on Silver Lake in some fake dive bar, high up in the desert with the coyotes, sleeping in a trailer out in Joshua Tree. We want separate things, went on separate ways. Sometimes I wish we would have made it anyway. Out in Colorado you can touch the sky. Heard the weed gets you twice as high. That should help for a little while. Ease the pain and make you smile. We want separate things, went on separate ways. Sometimes I wish we would have made it anyway. With our separate things and our separate ways. Sometimes I wish we would have made it anyway. Used to think you were the queen. I used to think so many things.
So Brian and I are now joined by I can't believe I'm saying this, by the makers of Uncle Peckerhead. So let's shift the view and kind of go around the horn and introduce ourselves. Starting with Jeff.
What's up? I'm Jeff Riddle, and I played Max and wrote the songs for the fictional band in Uncle Peckerhead.
I'm David Littleton, and I played Uncle Peckerhead. Happy holidays, everybody.
Hi, my name is Matt, and I wrote and directed the film Uncle Peckerhead. And I also want to wish everyone a happy holiday. And I think this is a great cause. So I'm happy to be here with my buds, talking to Neville and Brian.
Thanks, guys. I'm going to go back to the gallery view. Brian, did you want to ask the first question? We were going to actually hop on a little bit early and plan a little bit, and then we didn't. So we're just kind of winging it now.
I was the first one. I was early.
Honestly, it took me a minute of thinking, like, God, do I just leave him in the waiting room? I don't know what to do. Brian, hurry.
Every time somebody said that.
Yeah.
All right, Brian. I just teed you up, so go for it.
Perfect. Yeah. The first question I have, and it seems like an appropriate place to start, is the very first thing that we see is that it's based on a true story. Can you tell us why that's there?
It does work in two different ways. One is it's totally a joke in that you see that title card, and then the next thing you see is one of the most gruesome, visceral, otherworldly type of deaths or post-death moments. But on the other side, the film is about both my experiences being on tour as well as Jeff's and a bunch of our other friends that have toured over the years. So it is in part based on a true story, as some of those moments, some of the more grounded moments on tour have happened to us, but it was also just to get a chuckle out of the audience.
Yeah, that's kind of what I thought, was that that you all seemed like you. I'm familiar with Jeff's work for sure. We both are. We're fans of the Holy Mess before we were aware of the movie. So, what's your background with the punk scene, Matthew?
I grew up listening to punk music in New Jersey from early teens. So I was always going to shows, and in my late teens and early 20s, I played in a bunch of bands, and the band that I released a record and toured with, I wouldn't consider to be punk. We were more of kind of an indie rock, more of that type of drive of a band. But those circles all kind of they all kind of traffic in the same world. But yeah, I mean, I've grown up loving live music, playing live music, and although I haven't played or been on tour for the past 10 years, I'm sure Jeff can speak more to kind of those experiences of what it's like, maybe not presently with the pandemic, but just a year ago. What that experience is like, kind of being a touring musician where that's your life,
Oh yeah, I was
Jeff,
thoughts?
Sure, I'll expand on that. It feels like it's been 10 years since I played a show. This year has been 10 years in one. So, but yeah, I mean, I've known the Lawrence Bros for getting close to a decade now, I guess. And and Matt's brother also has booked shows for a long time. He worked at legendary venue, the Asbury Lanes, and now the House of Independence and all that stuff. And so that's how me and Matt met. And we would see each other at shows and parties and all that stuff back in the day. And I don't know, a friendship has blossomed out of it,
Yeah, and I like Neville and Brian. I was a big fan of Jeff's music before I had a friendship with him. And especially once we became friends and Jeff started we started working together on a bunch of on a short film in particular, but I directed one of the Holy Mess's music videos. I knew for this film once I kind of had a rough idea or a seedling of an idea, that I knew I wanted Jeff in the movie, and I lucked out that Jeff was totally game to write all the music for the fictional band Duh.
And as far as I'm concerned, I saw the Go-Go's once in concert in high school, so that's my punk rock background, basically.
That's cool.
Oh yeah, that's dope. That was one of the notes that I took. So I watched this again to prep this week, and I wrote down like, you know, sorry, I always miss that rookie mistake. One of the things I wrote down was like, I've seen Duh. Like, I know this band.
Yeah.
I know these venues. Like, these guys aren't bullshitting. Like you all, I mean, I know Jeff from the Holy Mist, but like Matthew, this, you know, I very much got the sense that you've been through the war, like you've lived through this stuff.
Yeah, totally. I mean, and it means a lot hearing that, because, you know, like when you're writing it, you're not thinking like, oh, what's really kind of been an unexpectedly great thing is seeing how many bands or you know, people that have played in bands or people that have like gone, you know, like have enjoyed going to shows, you know, for their entire life. It like really resonated with them. And you're not thinking, like, I wasn't consciously thinking of that while I was writing it. I was just like, you know, I want to write a music that kind of showcases like my love for you know, playing in a DIY band and going to see, you know, like DIY shows. But you're not like, oh, I'm gonna make this vehicle to like get, you know, like scene kids to like this movie. But seeing that like it's resonated, and it's like it's so universal that people are like you said, like, oh, I've seen that band, or people that have been in bands being like, I had that asshole sound guy, or, you know, I got paid $2 at, you know, at the Sudsy Mug to play for like, you know, an hour and a half, like just stuff like that. In that experience, though you think it's so personal to you, is such a universal experience for people that love, like, whether you call it local music or DIY touring or whatever, however you want to reflect on it, that a ton of people have felt that joy and that hurt that experiences.
And I feel like that even can translate across different, you know, different things from the same kind of world, like stand-up comedians or like any sort of performance artist or actor, or, you know, anything in the creative whatever. People are like, you know, struggled in the beginning or whatever. You're just like, God, I've been there. I've eaten shit. I've been in those venues, you know.
Yeah. Even as an actor, I have unfortunately been in situations where there were more people on stage than there were in the audience. So we all deal with that.
Or like the audience members are in the second act. Like, for me, I mean, I played shows where you're like, oh, there's 20 people here, and you're like, there's fans on the show. Oh, that's them. You know.
Well, that sort of leads into another question that I had, and then Brian, I'll let you get the next one. Matthew, when you were writing the script for Uncle Peckerhead, what other influences did you have?
Oh man, yeah. I mean, the influences kind of ran the gamut. Like, you know, I was watching Wayne's World a lot and Beetlejuice, and films like that. Like for Wayne's World, it was just kind of like, you know, these shaggy dog characters that are kind of like bonded through this friendship, and kind of like, you know, although they're like eccentric and they have these like idiosyncrasies and stuff like that, there's like this familial bond that they have. And I think that film like has such a like writes their characters so lovingly, and those characters love each other, and you can tell the writers love it. So that was a huge influence. Beetlejuice was a huge influence just for the Peckerhead character. I think Peckerhead's more charming than Beetlejuice, but just this idea of this like just shit kicking, like crazy frenetic character, just kind of like just like a whirlwind of a person. But I wanted it to be a little bit more charming, where you could understand why would have this person on tour with them, despite it being such kind of a strange like match for the group. I don't know. I mean, like there were like a ton of other movies that I was watching just to kind of like see how they handle playing like live music, and some of those influences were, I don't want to like shit talk movies, but movies where I was like, oh, I don't want it to be like this, or oh, I don't want it to be like that. And I think that's a really good influence to have, is to know what you don't want the film to be as much as what you want the film to kind of be. But I was reading like a lot of books. Like I was reading Our Band Could Be Your Life, and I was rereading like Rollins' book from those early Black Flag tours. So I was like trying to kind of like take in, because I wanted it to be kind of this decade or this like ambiguous decade that they're kind of playing in. So you don't know, although we didn't have the budget to do it, because you clearly can see there's like a 2012 Corolla or something. But I wanted it to be like, you don't know if it's the 80s or the 90s or the early aughts. But that's like kind of what I was doing. So I was trying to kind of like ingest a bunch of like books or TV or film from different eras to kind of understand like how I can make it ambiguous.
Yeah, that was one of the things that I noticed on my second viewing. I was like, I have not seen a cell phone and I've not seen a computer. And I was wondering if it was intentional.
Yeah, totally intentional in one part, because I really like the idea of not having like new technologies, because then I think it eventually ends up dating the film even more like 10 years from now. The other reason is just because I think it would have been complicated to write some of those scenes knowing that they have cell phones, because I think that kind of backs you into a corner. But also like not having a budget, like certain things like haunt me now. I know I'm gonna end up giving away like an IMDb thing. But like in the green room, there's a fucking sign for Wi-Fi password. And I was like, if I had only seen that and had been able to digitally like remove it. But yeah, I mean, we did try and keep it really ambiguous for that reason. But our budget didn't allow us to fix every single thing, because obviously you see some cars are of the past decade. But yeah, that was really intentional.
Okay, very cool. And then when talking about the character Peck, I feel like I saw the movie, and David, I'm not sure that I've seen you in a movie before, but immediately I could not imagine anybody else playing this character.
Oh, that's nice. Thanks.
It was very singular. Like immediately, like you became that part. How long have you been in the acting game, and how did you hook up with the movie?
So I studied acting when I was in high school and college. And then as soon as I graduated, moved to New York, I was in New York for like maybe 3 months before I was just like, nope, this is not for me. I just hated all the business stuff and having to market yourself and all of that. And so I dropped it and I became a graphic designer, and I was a graphic designer for about 30 years. And then in the beginning of 2016, I was kind of in a situation where I had the freedom to be like, what would it be like to try that again when I'm in a totally different mindset? Like I've had a career and I could do it in a way where the stakes weren't as high. I don't know if that makes sense, but so I started about it's almost 5 years exactly, because I started in the beginning of 2016, and the way that and it's gone really great. I've done a lot of really fun theater work, mostly. I'm based here in New York, but I was doing a play down in Florida, and I had seen the notice, the audition notice, and so I did a tape of the diner scene. And I sent that in to them, and they seemed to like it. So I did a chemistry read with everyone else who had already cast. That was Matt and Jeff and Ruby and Chet, and we did the diner scene again, and it was just a blast. You know, it was really, really fun, and we all kind of clicked immediately, and so we knew, I think, that we had something, you know.
Yeah, I knew it right at that read that we did in Columbia University in New York. And well, when David came in, I mean, we had Matt can attest to this or expound on it a little more, but yeah, I remember Matt just showing me David's audition tape that he sent, and I was like, what? I was like, this is crazy. And Matt's like, dude, I know, like, I hope we can get him to come read. And I just remember like kind of, because he sent it to me, so I like watched it a few times, and I was just like texted him back or something. It was just like, dude, we like, if we can, we have to get this. I think this is the guy. Matt's like, I know, like, let's not, you know, it's like kind of just whatever. And David came to the audition and read, and I just felt like, you know, the chemistry, especially when we all read together, because I read with a bunch of different people. So I mean, some pretty good and some just like out there. But David was just, and he might have been the last person too, I feel like. And it was just like, that's the one. When they like walked out of the room, I was just like, I remember looking at Matt and being like, dude, well that was it, right? So
everybody else.
Yeah, David was. Yeah, I mean, David was a godsend because like Jeff kind of gave a little bit of that context, but we had been casting for Peckerhead, and for a micro budget film, like, you know, we had spent, I think, like at least two, if not 3 full days seeing people audition just for Peckerhead, which for a micro budget production, when like time is money, is like an eternity, and no one came close to like what I had imagined the Peckerhead character being. And luckily, you know, like we were kind of at this crossroads where the producers were like, we have to move on someone if we want to shoot in June. I think this was like the early spring or something like that. And I was kind of dragging my feet because I wasn't feeling anybody. And I think a couple of days after that conversation, David had sent his tape or his recording to one of our producers. And it, like Jeff said, it was just like, we have to get this guy up for a chemistry read, and you're just kind of like holding your breath, because what you saw, like the final version of the diner scene that you see, I mean, David did that exactly like in his audition. So you're like, this is him. And when David came in, it was like, we just wanted David to work with us. So it was about him agreeing to it. We wanted him, like, you know, full stop.
That actually answered like 2 of my questions. One note that I took this week was, and this has 5 question marks after it, where did you find David? And also, just like following up with that, when you entered the chat and you started talking and you didn't sound like Peckerhead, yeah. It's like, oh my God.
I never thought about that.
That is the same guy, right?
Yeah, that's kind of,
I grew up
just so are him.
I grew up in Texas, and like I did everything I could not to develop that like twang, just because I don't know, I was, you know, a kid, and I just thought that was like downscale or whatever. And so but luckily the play that I was doing down in Florida when I read was about a coal miner. And so I had been doing this kind of accent. It's more pronounced in the movie. But so yeah, I'd been working on it for a while before we started shooting.
Brian, we're running a little bit low on time. So do you want to do one and then I'll do one?
Yeah, for sure. So what was, there were a few scenes that stuck out to me as like, I don't know how they got through it. And I was curious, like, first, what was the funniest like scene that you just had to like try to do over and over until you could not get through it without laughing? And then what was the, I have one in mind, but I want to hear your answer. But and then what for David, what was the hardest, most difficult like kill scene to get through?
Jeff, do you want to speak to the one?
Yeah, I'll just go real quick. The one that I couldn't get through, and I mean, dude, you don't realize, like, when you see like the like the gag reel at the end of movies, sometimes you're just like, oh, that looks like so much fun. But in the moment, especially on a small budget thing, like late at night, last scene of the night kind of thing, and you're laughing like 10 takes, it's like, you're like, it's not really that funny. Because this is like now time, honey, and everybody's working, but like you get in that mode, you can't stop laughing. And I remember like laughing, but being like, oh, like knowing that, being like, dude, pull it together, like you got to get through. I wasn't goofing off. I just seriously, it was the scene where it's like the band showdown, like when, well, I mean, whatever. I'll just say that. And I'm face to face with Shiloh, and we're standing there, and he's just, you know, and there was times where he was ad-libbing too, but I just remember I couldn't look at him in the face. And Matt would just be like, cut. And he's like, Jeff, you have to look at his eyes. Like, we can tell you're looking at me. And I was just like, oh man, all right. Like, you know, and then just, it's like, I know this is funny, but we got to get it together. Like Matt didn't say that, but it's just one of those things you're like aware and you're like, dude, I got to stop laughing. So yeah, anyway, for me, that was it, hands down.
And that just makes you laugh more. Once you're in that mode, like the more serious it gets and the more you're losing the light or whatever, you tend to just like that nervousness kind of translates into even more laughing. I would say for me, any scene with Ryan, who played Shiloh.
Yeah.
Because he's just so fucking funny.
Yeah.
I mean, almost everybody in the cast has a pretty good sense of humor, I'd say. But Ryan was just his sense of humor is just so kind of out there and absurd, and he would just say the most random, crazy shit. And it was hard to keep a straight face.
And in real life, he's actually like a really endearing, charming, like hilarious, sweet person. So he plays the most insufferable prick in the movie, but like we all love him. Like everybody, loved him.
He's a genius. He's one of the smartest people I've ever met.
Yeah.
And so the name of the band is Dominion Rising, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is that, I feel like I have met that band and played with that band before.
Yeah.
Is that based on a true story as well?
Yeah, I mean, so definitely, I played with a ton of those bands, but it was really like the actual influence, how that character got manifested is Ryan and I have known each other for like the better part of, I think like 15, 16 years. And he is like, he's my best friend. We met like the first day at film school in Boston, and we would do skits together like when we were younger. And he had this pretentious philosopher, which was like this film student character of kids we went to film school with. And he had done that. And I basically I was like, I want you to channel that old character you used to do. And then I just sent him interviews with Jared Leto from 30 Seconds to Mars. And like, they are some of the most insane fucking interviews. You would like, it's stuff that like you could not write, like the insufferable prickdom that is that dude. Yeah, it's like, so those were the two influences as a character Ryan had been developing for quite some time, and just sending him like, and like he kind of started to kind of develop kind of you could see he would do kind of the body language of how Jared Leto would like move and stuff. But yeah, it was Jared Leto and a pretentious philosopher.
Beautiful. That makes so much sense.
And then you asked about the hardest things to do. There were two that were difficult, not for any other reason than mechanics. When I got hosed down, like that was some cold water, and everybody was so freaked out about doing it, but it actually didn't end up being that bad. The worst was in the metalhead scene.
Yes.
There's so much blood, and I had these fake claws that would just slide right off because there was nothing to stick to because I was just covered in viscous liquid, you know? So, I mean, if that's the worst that happens on a shoot, you know, you're pretty lucky.
Yeah, that's an amazing scene.
Yeah, it's a great scene.
And it's amazing.
We got under 2 minutes. Oh, so I just want to take the last question and ask how people can support you all, support Uncle Peckerhead, any projects you got coming down the line. Now's the time for plugs.
Yeah, I mean, it means a lot. If you want to check out subtletyrex.com, we have a web store, and 20% of our proceeds go to the ACLU. We're looking to make more movies. So if you have a dump truck full of money, please drive it to my 1-bedroom apartment in Brooklyn and shower me in 20 so we can make another movie. We have a ton of scripts. We have lookbooks. So you can go on subtletyrex.com and email us. But I would also, I know you guys are probably plugging it a ton. I think what you're doing is equally, if not more important when it comes to what's going on right now, which is supporting your local food bank. Supporting, people that are in a really tough socioeconomic bind, specifically children and the elderly and people that have a tougher time supporting themselves. So I do think you guys are doing like really like the best work that can be done right now. So I would say do that first, and then if you still have some bills left, you could come our way and support a silly movie.
Well, thank you guys. I'm afraid it's going to kick us off. So just real quick, watch Uncle Peckerhead.
Awesome.
Watch Uncle Peckerhead, the movie these guys made. It really means a lot that you all took time out.
Oh,
of your day to
sure.
do this.
Will you?
Of course.
We're happy to do it.
We love it.
Thanks,
Amazon
Paul.
Prime, Uncle Peckerhead.
Yeah,
Thank you,
baby.
guys.
Happy holidays.
Thanks guys
Bye.
so much.
Take it easy.
Hi, everybody. My name is Jasmine Feltz. I'm coming to you from Frankfort, Kentucky. And I just want to thank Wine and Pop-Tarts and normal people and everybody involved in putting together this benefit for God's Pantry. I'm happy to contribute a song. I hope you like it. It's called Family. Well, everything cool I got from my dad. Guitar and a Fender sweater, a love of bad jokes. And everything cool I got from my mom. A strong will, an impish grin, a love of bad jokes. How can it be? Every time I look for it, it's family. And I couldn't see without these eyes I got from my family. And everything cool I wear, I bought with my sis. Some tight pants, an army jacket, a pair of good boots. And my family doubled in 2002. A bonus mom for the holidays, don't mind if I do. How can it be? Every time I look for it, it's family. And I couldn't see without these eyes I got from my family. My family. Hold up, let's just wait a minute. I got something to tell you, fam. The ones I chose, the ones who chose me, thank God, and made me who I am. I'd like to tell you about that right now. This place that I call home, it's not where I'm from, but I know without a doubt that I belong. I was welcomed with open arms, I extend them to you. Don't forget that I'm your kin, no matter what you do. I want you to see, everywhere we look, they're all our family. And we couldn't be without this love we got for our family. Our family. Our family. Our family. Our family. A family, ooh, ooh,
Happy holidays from us here at Bluegrass Bourbon and Eats. I'm Sarah. I'm Renee. And we run a local food blog called Bluegrass Bourbon and Eats. You can definitely check out all of our articles and our pictures and interviews by going to our website, bbneats.com. And you can check us out on social media.
We're on Facebook under Bluegrass Bourbon and Eats. We're on Instagram and Twitter at bbneats.com.
That's right. We also have a podcast called Hungry in Kentucky, and you can check that out wherever fine podcasts are found. Plus, Instagram and Twitter at Hungry in KY. Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays.
Okay, we're kind of heading into the home stretch of I'll be sheltering in place for Christmas. Again, my name's Brett. I'm the CFO of Wine and Pop-Tarts. I know I've mentioned that a few times at least today. But if you're just now tuning in, as we're kind of winding things down for the day, I've got one more new short film from Wine and Pop-Tarts to share with you. This was also made in 2020. The first and hopefully only responsibly socially distanced production from Wine and Pop-Tarts. And it's called Rum and Cokes with Grandma. That's really the name. And here is hopefully the short story of how and why this one got made. So I mentioned earlier in the day, I kind of write off and on all the time. And I keep this folder named Wine and Pop-Tarts on my computer. And I just sort of use it as my maybe something, maybe nothing folder. I'll write down any old idea that comes in my head. And if nothing comes of it for, I don't know, a few months, couple years, something like that, I'll just go ahead and delete it. But a lot of the time something does come out of it. I can tie it into something else. And if you've watched a bunch of Wine and Pop-Tart shorts over the years, you've probably seen a lot of the product of this maybe something, maybe nothing folder. And so a number of years ago, Jake Johnson, who might be watching right now, tweeted Rum and Cokes with Grandma. That was it. That was the tweet. And it really stuck with me for some reason. So I wrote it down and put it in this maybe something, maybe nothing folder. I just thought of another one that I didn't write down, but still stuck with me. A tweet from Jake Johnson that only said, just look at the ass on that puppet. That one also really affected me. But anyway, Rum and Cokes with Grandma. So I wrote it down, put it in this folder. Nothing came of it for a long time. And back in the spring, back in late March, early April, whatever, the whole COVID thing, if I'm being totally honest, like many of you that are watching right now, was really starting to weigh on me mentally, emotionally. And so I expressed that to a couple friends, and Matt, who some of you know is Elmer McRiverbottom, also from these Wine and Pop-Tart shorts. He said, get it out of your system. Try writing it down. Like maybe it'll help, maybe it won't, but at least you tried. Like you did something. And I said, you're right. And so that night I started writing stuff down, just whatever was in my head. And something that I wrote, and I honestly can't remember, I didn't save the document I was working in, but something stuck out to me in the moment as like, there's something, and I've written that before. So I started going through the maybe something, maybe nothing folder. Don't remember if I found what I was looking for or not, but I came across the line Rum and Cokes with Grandma. And for whatever reason, it just seemed to fit perfectly. So I mashed that up, with what I was writing in the moment. And basically just a little short story is what came out of it. So at the time, and I know everybody remembers this, but I mean, it's December now. And March, April seems like a whole lifetime ago. So back then, around this time, I think, at least for me, it was still kind of iffy. What do we do? What's safe? Am I allowed to go in public? Should I get close to anybody? So for me, anyway, like the need to be making something and not just relaxing it is always there. And so, like Matt said, I wanted to try and get it out of my system. I wanted to make something, be creative in some way. But I didn't want to put anybody at risk, so potentially, or myself at risk. And so I wrote it down. I sent it to Matt. I sent it to our co-host for the day, Brian, and said, like, will you just record voiceovers for this? You're the cast, but you just stay where you are. And so they did. I put that together. And then I went out and got some footage kind of off and on throughout the year in and around Lexington of different places that had been hit pretty hard by the pandemic. And it's weird looking back at it now, some of the things that I shot back in the spring and the early summer. because at the time, a lot of these places were struggling, and now they just don't exist anymore. So it on a sad note, it kind of ended up being almost like a video obituary for these places that you sort of got accustomed to seeing in and around town, and that you're not going to anymore. But on the bright side, I mean, I do think that these places, and I'll talk about this a little bit more a little bit later, but these places were somebody's dream. They were their ambition. They went all in on this, and it got taken away from them through no fault of their own. And I think that, while Rum and Cokes with Grandma may not be the place to do it, I do think it is important to memorialize these places. And so that I'm choosing to look at Rum and Cokes with Grandma in a way, kind of like that. Like this ended up being kind of a warped love letter to the city of Lexington and all the places that it lost. So I said it was going to be a short story. I lied. I ran a little long. But if you mute Rum and Cokes with Grandma, you essentially get like a weird, dark, sad, silent movie with kind of nobody in it. But if you leave the sound on, you get that plus a ridiculous and gross story narrated by Matt and Brian. And I don't know. It's something different. It's really different, possibly from anything that you've seen, definitely different from anything that I've ever made. But I really like how it turned out, and I hope that you enjoy. I'm going to start sharing my screen now. Hope you enjoy Rum and Cokes with Grandma.
The thing I'll miss most is Rum and Cokes with Grandma. That's what I'm most scared about in all this. Not dying, not the end of the world, not all the things I haven't done yet, the time I've wasted, not whether I'm going to heaven or hell. I'm most scared about never having Rum and Cokes with Grandma again. I've already dealt with the fact that, one way or another, this ride's going to end, maybe even soon, and that just in case there is no heaven, I better make the most of it now. I've always imagined hell as someone showing you all your missed opportunities over and over forever. And I've already accepted the thought of the awful fevers, the feeling like I'm suffocating sitting still, the nightmare coughing, the hallucinating, but what I'm not ready to deal with yet is no more Rum and Cokes with Grandma. My grandma lives alone, way out in the country. It's a part of town that basically only attracts high school kids looking to drink and fool around by bonfires. She's lived there as long as anyone's known her, so I'd drive way out into the sticks now and again to go see Grandma, and she'd always be sitting in the living room in her big relaxing chair. She never locked the doors. One time a guy let himself in and brought her a cake, and the two of them sat at her dining room table, eating cake and drinking coffee and talking for hours. When she told me about this, I asked her who it was. She said she didn't have any idea, but figured if he brought her a cake, he couldn't mean her any harm. I'd walk in, and she'd always ask me if she could get me something.
Maybe a rum and coke?
No matter what I'd say, she'd always reply,
Well, Grandma's going to fix herself a little rum and coke.
Then she'd pour out a little Coke and a lot of rum in a glass, drop a little umbrella in it, and we'd sit there and drink and talk for a while. She'd always say,
You know if you pass out before me, I'm going to draw on your face, right?
I just smile and nod. She'd say,
Yep, I'm going to draw a long, strong, pink ding-dong right there on your face.
And by the time she finished her thought, she also would have finished her drink, and she'd pour herself another. The last time I got to see her, she asked me,
Honey, why don't you bring any girls over to meet Grandma? I don't embarrass you, do I?
Now, by that point, she was getting pretty belligerent, and she said,
Oh, I know what it is. You aren't embarrassed. You just don't have a girl to bring over to meet Grandma. I'll bet that's what it is. You don't have a girl to bring over to meet Grandma, and you just sit around and play with your ding-dong all the time. Just like the ding-dong I'm going to draw in your face when you black out.
I just smiled politely, and she kept going.
A strapping young lad your age? And you don't have girls lined up around the block waiting for you?
She said.
You know, when I was your age, I had boys lined up outside my house to take turns petting my panini. Now that was a long time ago, and I was a lot younger then. But sometimes they'll still come over to see my diaper dances. Oh, you know, I wear a diaper now. I don't have to. I still have full control of my bladder and bowels. I don't even accidentally toilet myself. Never have. I thank the good Lord above I've never gone boom boom in my bloomers, to tell you the truth. I just like the convenience and feel of a good diaper.
She paused to think and pour herself another drink. Then she continued,
You know, I don't care if I lose my hair, if I lose my teeth, if I lose my vision or my hearing, just as long as I don't ever lose control of my bowels.
She was pretty deep into her third cocktail. She took a little longer to collect her thoughts, maybe to think about whether or not she should share them with me at all, but then she took another sip and kept going.
Oh, I drilled a hole in my bathroom wall a while back so men could come watch me take a diaper on and off. Did you know that? Yeah, I'll do a little diaper dance in my bathroom mirror like this, see?
And she got up and danced a little, as much as she could.
And I'll sing, There's a place in France where the naked ladies dance. There's a hole in the wall where the men see it all.
Then she sat down hard in her chair, and after a little while of just sitting, she said,
Yeah, those boys, they get a kick out of that.
Then she fell asleep. That was the last time I saw my grandma. Maybe for a while, maybe for good, I don't know. All I know is two things. I love my grandma, and I know that someday, somewhere, maybe in her living room or somewhere else, we'll have rum and cokes together again. The other thing is, that day, the last time I saw her, after she fell asleep, I sat there and finished my drink. Then I got up and washed our glasses, set them out to dry, and left. Before I could get back to my car, it hit me that something wasn't right, so I let myself back inside. I wish I could say with everything going on that I had some feeling, some premonition or something, that this might be the last time I ever saw my grandma, so I went back to take one last long look at her asleep in her relaxing chair. But really, I went back in and drew a giant dong on her face, just like she would have done for me.
Billy Mays here with some exciting news about the Wine and Pop-Tarts online store at wineandpoptarts.bigcartel.com. That's wineandpoptarts.bigcartel.com. We have this shirt, that shirt, another shirt. Look how big this one is. We also have a handful of white shirts. Damn, this box is full of bees. We have patches, buttons, little buttons, big buttons, these, back patches. For punks only, I will be checking credentials. I'll mail you a box full of these. Stickers, normal size stickers, bumper stickers to decrease the resale value on your car. Order in the next 10 seconds and I'll throw in an officially licensed Wine and Pop-Tarts barf bag. Yes, it's real. So visit the Wine and Pop-Tarts online store for all your officially licensed Wine and Pop-Tarts merchandise needs at wineandpoptarts.bigcartel.com. That's wineandpoptarts.bigcartel.com. My house is slowly filling with bees.
Hello. I didn't see you there. I was enjoying my wine. It is the holidays after all. So rude. My name is Danielle, and I'm the owner of the local startup bakery here in Lexington, the Inebriated Baker. And as you've seen, partying is something that we do here at the Inebriated Baker very, very well. Pardon me. That's delicious. Why did I come up with the Inebriated Baker, you may ask? Well, to be honest with you, I was really tired of choosing between a dessert and a beautiful, beautiful cocktail. So I decided, why not have both? So at the Inebriated Baker, the world's only place that you're going to get an actual edible cocktail. Do you have a favorite cocktail like a sangria, white wine spritzer? How about a mimosa? Ooh, how about a peppermint mocha latte? Or how about a salted caramel bourbon bowl martini? Or any of your favorite cocktails. I can make it for you in an edible confection that is going to be the best of both worlds. Both cocktail and confection all in one. And at the Inebriated Baker, we're inebriated for a reason because, much like the owner, Cletus, our mascot, loves a good stiff drink. And in every jumbo cocktail cupcake, you are going to receive 1 full ounce of booze not baked out, guaranteed. So it really is having an actual cocktail that you can eat. So think about it as cocktailing on the go, which is perfect for this holiday season. I don't know about you, but the Inebriated Baker likes a nice stiff drink, a great, great confection, a little bit of a costume to make it festive. And, family comes with that mix. And I don't know about you with your family, but my family makes me want to drink and drink a lot. So why not drink in secret with an Inebriated Baker cupcake? Let me show you some of our great little specials we have here for the Christmas season. I have a beautiful peppermint mocha martini with peppermint schnapps and vodka. Again, 1 full ounce. And a gorgeous spiced mulled wine cupcake. Again, look how big those are. Full cupcake, full ounce in every guaranteed in every single jumbo cupcake. And that's enough for 2 people, y'all. That's 7 ounces guaranteed. But don't just get us for the holiday seasons, although we are taking orders right now for our Christmas orders and our Hanukkah orders. Free delivery, of course, to anywhere in Lexington and 30 miles in the surrounding area. But I want you to come out and check us out. Give me a call at 859-823-LUSH. Y'all heard me right. 859-823-LUSH, 5874. Online at inebriatedbaker.com, or check us out on Facebook or Instagram on Inebriated Baker, Certified Lush. Like us, tag us, or I'll tell you a little secret between you, me, and the reindeer. Early in 2021, our first retail shop is opening up here in Lexington. That's right, y'all. Come kick us and check us out here at the Julietta Market, located on North Lime Street here in Lexington at the Julietta Market, coming about February 2021. It's going to be awesome, y'all. We're going to have some great deals, and you're going to like it. Remember the Inebriated Baker? Oh, Mama ran out of her special medicine, but you don't have to run out. Get yourself some Inebriated Baker cocktail cupcakes, and you can celebrate with a bang. And also get yourself a onesie, because you gotta be rolling in style if you're gonna kick with an Inebriated Baker, y'all. Happy holidays. Bye.
Hey everybody, my name's Jared. I'm from New Jersey, and it's good to be here with you tonight. I just want to thank Brian for having me, asking me to play a couple songs, but I really appreciate what y'all are doing, especially with this year being so crazy for a lot of people. I think we could all use some good stuff, so appreciate you having me. This song's called Lucky Sevens.
day when you signed it on cross and I made you to stay. I said the things that your lips couldn't say. Lucky yourself, boy. Son of I've ever seen one. Son of I've ever seen one. Lucky yourself, boy. Mom, I'm not superstitious. Son of I've ever seen one. But there's one thing that I want to do. It's sit and spend the breeze with you. Watch until the lights come out our way. Till then, I'll be making do. That salute and orange juice. We'll bet nights until it comes our way. Lucky yourself, boy. Son of I've ever seen one. Son of I've ever seen one. Lucky yourself, boy. I'm not goddamn superstitious. Son of I've ever seen one. Did you ever come my way? Did you ever come my way?
Nice. Well, hopefully this time next year, you'll all be doing this together inside, raging and drinking and having a good time and singing along. Maybe I could join you all next time. You gotta let me know, Brian. Invite me down. But I'm gonna attempt a new song. One of the only good things about this last year, it's been the time to just kind of sit and work on this stuff. So I'm gonna attempt something. We'll see how it goes. Song's about a good friend of mine.
Well, you feel like a stranger on goddamn home. Say that you're fighting, sink like a stone. Follow me, be alone, let me know. You said we needed space, you didn't totally agree. Stretch yourself thin while glad to be free. When you return, the flame wasn't meant for me, let me know. If you leave for someone bigger, I would understand. Fall for someone richer, babe, go on, take the hand. Ask me to forgive you, do not think I can let you go.
I would understand. Well, we packed up the car, said won't see you soon. Show up on the porch, asking me what to do. Against the intuition, I said it's all up to you. Let me know. Said I'll keep the cat if you keep the man. As you hand me the leash, you made your demand. Said you want your quote unquote rock and roll band. Let me know. If you leave for someone bigger, I would understand. Fall for someone richer, babe, go on, take the land. Ask me to forgive you, do not think I can let you go. I would understand. Whoa. Babe, go on, take the land. You ask me to forgive you, do not think I can let you go. I would understand. Say that the lightning never strikes twice, but no one prepares you to come out alive.
All right, everyone. Well, thank you for having me. If you're just checking in, I'm Jared. I play in a band called Mercy Union. We were very lucky enough a couple of years ago to put out a record called The Quarry, and we got to tour pretty heavily on it. And if this pandemic happened at this time in 2019, bad things would have happened, because we would have been knee-deep ready to go on the road. It's those little things you think about a lot. So, Brian, thank you so much for having me. Thank you to all your friends for doing such an awesome thing. And keep that vibe up. There's people in Jersey thinking about you all. And I hope everyone stays safe and has a great holiday down there. But Brian, I really appreciate you. Always trying to do good things and be supportive. And thank you for all the support you've shown me and my bands. So this one's for you. It's called Chips and Dicks.
just like a stone. You hold my keys, I carry yours. Your love will let me know. Yeah, 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 yeah. Sprinkled down just like a cinnamon. Beauty's in a subtle hand. Time to sing from all this mess I'm in. Can I be fine in the morning? Splitting headache scream. For a moment there we just stopped and stared as the bodies start to steam. What I need to see, maybe stand by me. Got the answers right in front of you. They've been burning bright for years. It's time to see it from this point of view. Yeah, 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 yeah. People's fate lies in the parable. The shopping worlds if they were space. I'd rather tangle with the tangible. Yes, I'll be fine in the morning. Splitting headache scream. For a moment there we just stopped and stared as the bodies start to steam. What I need to see, maybe stand by me. I'll be fine in the morning. Splitting headache scream. For a moment there we just stopped and stared. Bodies turned to steam. What I need to see, maybe stand by me. Can it be what I need to see, maybe stand by me.
Thanks a lot, guys. Happy holidays.
Hello there. I hardly saw you. Thank you for coming into my home. I would like to share with you a couple of jokes now off my self-titled Tyler Gooch's 2020 Cash Grab Christmas Eve P, which has these jokes as well as some other Christmas jokes on them. I've written a screenplay for a Christmas movie. It's a spinoff of the movie Avatar, where one of the blue people, one of the blue people's fathers always gets them the same gift. They always get them a wool sweater, and the movie's called Fleece Navidad. Fleece Navidad. I've also written a stage play, a Christmas stage play. It's called Abbott and Costello's The Grinch Comes Down from Grinch Mountain, and I'd like to perform a scene from that. In this scene, the Grinch comes down from Grinch Mountain to his former hometown and attends a softball game. So here's a little scene from that. Who's on first? And there's who on second? And who's in the outfield? Who's in third? Who's in short base? Who's batting? Who's everywhere? This holiday season, I'd like to remind everyone to please don't eat gingerbread houses. I know they look delicious and enticing and everything, but remember, every time you eat a gingerbread house, there's a gingerbread child out there that grows up with Munchausen syndrome. And I know you're thinking, I won't eat any gingerbread house, then maybe I'll let my kids just eat some gingerbread house, but that's Munchausen by proxy. It's not much better. I'd just like to do a quick rundown of my favorite Dolphs of all time. Dolphs. Let's see. We have number one with a bullet, Rudolph, the red-nosed reindeer. Absolutely number one in my book. Number two, Dolphin. Dolphin. Fun little animals. They make funny sounds. Number three, Dolph Lundgren. Underrated, in my opinion. And then way at the bottom, whoever else you come up with is going to be above Adolf Hitler. And last, in my opinion, in many people's opinion, of Dolphs. Thank you for allowing me to be part of this, and as you go, I'd like to leave you with a poem that my grandfather used to recite to us every Christmas Eve, and I hope you'll enjoy it. Thank you again for having me. I'd like to share with you a poem that my grandfather used to recite to us every Christmas Eve. My grandfather was a hard-working man. He worked for much of his life in the pest and rodent control business. It wasn't glamorous work, but it put food on the table. Until one day he suddenly quit the pest and rodent control business. He would never tell anyone why he quit. He refused to talk about it at all. He and my grandmother nearly became destitute because of his decision. He would find odd jobs here and there, but he had no real training outside of pest and rodent control. But no matter how difficult the circumstances were that year, he would always put a smile on his face, gather us around the fireplace, and tell us this poem. 'Twas the night before Christmas, and all through the house, not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. The mousetraps had worked and gotten rid of the mice. The mice had tried to get the cheese, but it cost them their lives. The children were nestled all snug in their beds, the haunting sounds of snapping mousetraps replayed in their heads. And Mama in her kerchief, and I in my cap, had a long night of cleaning mouse carcasses out of the traps. Then up on the roof there arose such a clatter, I sprung from my chair to see what was the matter. Up to the attic I flew in a flash, tripping over piles of mouse bodies the traps had viciously thrashed. When what to my wondering eyes did appear but an army of vengeful mice armed each with tiny wood spear. They charged me at once in rapid succession, hurling and stabbing their sharp-pointed weapons. More rapid than eagles the attackers they came, the commander called out to them as their spears took aim. Now bash him and lance him and stab him and stick him, sock him and beat him and punch him and kick him. They bloodied my head and they pressed me to the wall. Now bash away, bash away, bash away all. After they'd beaten me, they rounded me up. Do what we say, they said, or we'll blow you up. I followed instructions, doing their bidding, removing the mousetraps I'd previously hidden. Then they walked me downstairs and into the kitchen. The commander grabbed my ear and told me to listen. He had a broad face and a round little belly, and he said he'd kill my whole family unless I gave them a bowl full of jelly. The mice then glared at me with a menacing stare. No more mousetraps, they said with a glare. Creatures will stir from here on out. You'll lay no more traps to catch us, scowled the mean leader mouse. With that the mice left and ascended the chimney, receding back to the attic where light shone only dimly. As the mice scurried away, the leader stopped and he said, Merry Christmas to all. Kill another mouse and we'll chop off your head.
All right, everybody. We're taking another quick break here. Thanks for tuning in. I'm really excited everybody's here. We're doing this for God's Pantry today. And we're really honored to be able to partner with them and do this. And your money goes a long way in helping people get some food security in our state. So any chance that you have some disposable funds available, that would be a fantastic use of them, and we really encourage it. And so thank you for donating, and thank you to God's Pantry for partnering with us to do this. So big thank you. So I'm really excited about what we have coming up. Are you excited?
Next?
Ooh, so we have a good one. Some of the musicians that we're lucky to know are Jerry Catherine Howell and Nat Colton. They are from Frankfort, Kentucky. I was introduced to them by our good friend Brett Wolf, who is in my band, Normal People. he did a solo set at their house one time, and that's the first night that I met them. That's the first night that I got introduced to a lot of musicians that we actually have on this program today. I could not be more excited for people to hear them, because they're amazing. So like they are just like really in tune. It's like kind of like a bluegrass folk sound with a lot of like really nice, just locked in harmonies. It's just totally gorgeous music. I believe they have a record coming out in 2021 sometime, and some of the stuff that I hope that they're going to play on it is going to be on that. So I'm really excited for everybody to hear Jerry, Catherine Howell, and Nat Colton. Take it away.
Hey everybody, I'm Nat Colton.
I'm Jerry Catherine Howell.
We're going to play some songs tonight for God's Pantry Food Bank. And this is a Sarah Cahoon one we're going to start with.
Get your dancing shoes on.
Yeah, we've been having a lot of fun tonight, so hopefully you will too.
Understand this wasn't what I planned. You know I only want what's right. And I know this what you say, and I left now. Be alright, but I'm a nervous wreck. Understand this wasn't what I planned. You know I only want what's right. And I know just what you're saying, and I'll have to carry you home. And I'll be alright, but I'm a nervous wreck. Said I know just what you're saying, and I'll have to carry you home. And I'll be alright, but I'm a nervous wreck. Right. And I know just what you're saying, and I'll have to drive you home. And I'll be alright, but I'm a nervous wreck. And I know just what you're saying, and I'll have to drive you home. And I'll be alright, but I'm a nervous wreck. Slow it down a good bit. Next song we're going to play is one that I wrote. Based on a story I was told by a man named Terry Sutton, who lived in Franklin County, passed away this past year. And story's more or less about a community of people that used to live out Benson Creek upstream of the Kentucky River, and they would commute to town from an encampment of sorts off an old sidetrack of the railroad that goes to Louisville from Frankfort, and they would commute to town on the railroad. And Terry lived on that railroad track with his mother when he was a boy, and his mom would feed them from time to time, and in trade they would be riding by on the rail cars, and they would toss lumps of coal off the car to keep them warm through the winter. So they had kind of an exchange of goods, a community.
this one's going to be on our album, our duo album, which we're releasing in 2021. So please check out our social media for that. You can follow me on Jerry Catherine Howell, Nat on Nat Colton, or jerrycatherinehowell.com.
Could you play me up?
Yeah.
That's good.
Walking upstream to Devil's Hollow, limestone bedrock, sleep will follow. Gotta leave east real early tomorrow, 'cause that Louisville train's coming through. Not far down that old sidetrack past Red Bridge and the Devil's Backbone. Cold water runs down the neck of that man who works down the road. Oh Lord, it's a long way down through the rock and the silt and the clay. Oh Lord, it's a long way down, but there ain't no better way. Hop out of bed to the window pane while Mama listens for that old coal train. Those men ride high so we may gain some warmth throughout the winter. Tracks pulled up, now the tents are gone, but that water still falls. After all, this stream was carved, but not by God, in a little slice of heaven. Oh Lord, it's a long way down through the rock and the silt and the clay. Oh Lord, it's a long way down, but there ain't no better way. Ring that bell come supper time. Call the last train, step in single file. We'd eat first, but they'd not mind for a warm meal in the summer. Now they underneath the city streets, ridiculed while they wait to eat. Some still live down Benson Creek like a fish dam out of water. Oh Lord, it's a long way down through the rock and the silt and the clay. Oh Lord, it's a long way down, but there ain't no better way. Oh Lord, it's a long way down through the rock and the silt and the clay. Oh Lord, it's a long way down, but there ain't no better way. We got one more song for you. One of Jerry's songs.
Yeah, I wrote this one a while ago. It's on my last album, Collage. It's a tune called Higher Ground. It's all about coming together and building a better place, a better community. on the higher ground. Y'all stay safe and well and take care of each other as you can. Take care of yourself.
And I've been noticing it's been difficult for people to find the higher ground lately. I bet nobody else has noticed that.
Thanks to Wine and Pop-Tarts for inviting us to share our music with you all. Are you ready?
I think so.
Do you know who my soul is? Buried deep, deep, deep in this ground. X marks the spot where my soul is. So keep digging, digging. Do you know where my body is? It's up in the sky, flying, flying. And can you see my body up so high, up so high, up so high? So take us to higher ground. I wanna be with you all that higher ground. We'll be together on that higher ground. Sitting on that rainbow. And do you know where the mountain is? I saw them tearing it down. Do you know where the mountain is going? It's gone down the valley, it's gone down the steps, it's gone down on the houses. So take us to higher ground. I wanna be with you on that higher ground. I'll take you with me to that higher ground. Sitting on that rainbow. Do you know where she is? She's still out there, my sweet, oh my sweet. Do you know where he is? And no one sees him anymore, but I hope he's living his dreams. So take him to higher ground. I wanna be with him on that higher ground. Be together on that higher ground. Sitting on that rainbow. And how do you know where your spirit resides? It's in your bones, in your bones. Your story is your existence, and I want it to be told. Yes, I want it to be told. Do you know where that music is? There's it in our feet, there's it in our feet, there's it in our feet. Raising your hands if you know where the music is. Take it with you, take it from me to you. Take it to higher ground. I wanna be with you on that higher ground. We'll all be singing on that higher ground. Sitting on that rainbow. Take us to higher ground. We'll all be dancing on that higher ground. We'll all be singing on that higher ground. Sitting on that rainbow. Bye, everybody. Take care.
Ciao.
Hi, I'm Brett from Normal People, and we're really excited to be part of this I'll Be Sheltering in Place for Christmas, this event to benefit a couple of different groups and try to just bring some visibility to some local musicians and local businesses and just have a sense of being together. We've done these events in the past, lots of hard work from Brett, and the rest of us have been able to come together and support, and so we're just excited to be able to do that in whatever way we can this year. So hopefully you get a chance to tune into some of the other musicians that are playing. I'm going to play some tunes for you here, and this first one goes out to anybody who either for the first time this year or maybe just this year's worse than other years has been struggling with some issues of mental health. It's been a big problem for a lot of people, including me. And so this one goes out to anybody who's been fighting with that this year.
Wishing I could drown in the wake of you. I wish I could say that everything was changing, but the way it stays the same is what makes it so strange. Everything is a practical problem. Like, who do I make decide what we have for dinner? Yes, I'll order in. I'm showing up to not let you down, but I find myself wishing I could drown in the wake of you. Everyone is wishing you the best, hoping you can finally rest in peace. And I'm left to wonder why you couldn't find that peace with me. Everything is a practical problem. How do I learn to love you and hate you at once? Everything is a practical problem. How am I supposed to do this on my own? Though I'm not alone. I'm showing up to not let you down, but I find myself wishing I could drown in the wake of you, in the wake of you, in the wake of you, in the wake of you.
Hopefully you'll get a chance to check out. There's links to a couple different groups that we're trying to help out this year. Also, I would just make sure that if you get a chance to contribute to the tip jar from some of these other local artists who are hanging out, we don't want you to feel like you have to give. We're here to be together and have some sense of community even in strange times. But if you have a chance, if you've had an okay year, a lot of musicians and people in all different areas are struggling right now. So if you get a chance to support those people, great. If you're here just for the community, that's great too. I'll play another song here for you. This is a newer one that I wrote not too long ago.
Why are you wondering? You're not lost. That happy ending, what did it cost? I still live here, same as before. The difference between us is wanting more. No matter what you say, my heart is Tell me discreetly, where does it hurt? It's always the mindset, never the word, ever the cynic, weak is the will. You get what you deserve, and you keep what you kill. No matter what you say, my heart is breaking. It breaks for you on a Monday, like raindrops on window pane.
I'm going to try a cover for you here. This is a Bon Iver song. This goes out to everybody who donated blood this year. So once again, if you do get a chance to check out some of the other artists, let them know if you like their music, follow them, download their music, buy it from Bandcamp, buy vinyl, any of that kind of stuff. And if you do get a chance to make a contribution to the groups that we're supporting tonight, again, all those links will be available. Thank you so much. 2020 has been a very difficult year, but the ways in which I've connected closer with many of you and with some of my good friends has been about the only thing to get me through it. So thank you so much for tuning in. Thanks for being here. I'm going to play another song for you.
Is that a whiskey in your water? Is that hope in your voice? take me with you? Do you even have a choice? Before I surrender, pour me a glass of wine. The last thing I'll remember is running out of time. Think what you will, and take what you can grab. Believe it or not, it's all that I have. So I'll pray for rain. If I cry to the heavens, is anyone home to hear? But I'm just as happy to cry in my beer. If I fall in the darkness, I hope I land on my back, so I can see the stars, 'cause they're all that I have. Think what you will, and take what you can grab. Believe it or not, it's all that I have. So I'll pray for rain. Does anyone care? Does anyone even know? Does anyone who wonders find somewhere to go? Think what you will, and take what you can grab. Believe it or not, it's all that I have. So I'll pray for rain. I'll pray for rain.
thank you all so much for tuning in. Again, if you get a chance to support some of our the groups that we're trying to raise some funds for, please do that. If you get a chance to support some of the artists, other local artists and regional and national artists who are on here, please do that as well. If you're just here to have a good time, welcome and thanks again. Stick around for the rest of the content today. Really, really glad you're here. So my wife made a comment that I should play some happy songs, but I don't have any of those, unfortunately. But this one's off of our most recent EP, Good Luck in Dreamland. It's it's a track that feels really true to me, and it was one of the first experiences I had with really writing something that felt like real and true, and it's about love. So again, thanks for tuning in, and nothing else, we'll see you next year.
Truck, wasn't sure that either of us would make it, but here we are. A military discount on towels and frozen biscuits and all the TV you care to watch. Appointment starts at 8 a.m. I don't know where I'm headed yet, so I'll leave the hotel at 5:15. I didn't say it at the time, but when I felt your hand squeeze mine, I knew that you knew that I was scared. Faucets close so quick. I try to keep up, but the keeping up makes me sick. So I've been taking care like I told you I would, but I got a feeling that the news I get today isn't good. Send someone to sit with me, to talk and keep me company. A pretty little college girl. She wasn't half as pretty as you the day when we first met, or the day we said goodbye. Paper gown to keep me warm in the belly of the beast that reads the darkness deep inside. I bite my lip and close my eyes, and like waking up I realize I'm ready. Take me home. Autumn
today I'd say taking care means getting gone. I think of you the day we met. I can't remember what I said to a pretty little college girl. Well, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, Happy New Year, Happy everything I hope for you tonight and going forward. Thanks for tuning in.
Oh, I didn't hear you come in. Excuse me, I was just serenading my egg babies here. But since you're here, I want to take this opportunity to wish all of you, from those of us at Wine and Pop-Tarts, a joyous holiday season and a happy new year. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must get back to serenading my eggs.
That's it. Brian, we're at the end of the day. I don't even know how long we've been going at this point, but that was I'll Be Sheltering in Place for Christmas, a live stream for God's Pantry. And before we wrap everything up and call it a day, I did have a couple things I wanted to say. I'm going to switch my view here. All right, you know what? I'm actually going to turn off my cheesy Christmas background for this, even though we're coming up on the end of the day, and that's when we always get sappy and sentimental. By the way, hi from my basement and my wobbly desk. That's the sort of production value that we're working with here. I wanted to share a story with you as we're wrapping up this long day. When we first started planning this event, a wise man said to me, if you want to play a show with your heroes, book it. And that wise man was my co-host today, Brian, and he was absolutely right. And when he said that to me, it made me think about my favorite Christmas memory. And I know how corny that sounds, so bear with me for a second, but I'm being totally serious. My favorite Christmas memory is this. The weekend before Christmas, 2011, actually, let me start back a little bit further. January 2009, that's almost 12 years ago. My friends and I were out to dinner, and Davis Bulkley, Brian's younger brother, said, we should make a movie. And Brian jumped in and finished his thought and said, yeah, and it should be about a serial killer that murders people with pot pies. And now I honestly don't recall the context for Brian's addition there. And I also don't recall anybody at the table saying that doesn't sound like a particularly compelling story, or we don't know anything about making movies, because we didn't. But that semester, actually my last semester of college, that's what we did. We made a movie, and it was about a serial killer that murders people with pot pies. And it was somehow impossibly stupider than that premise would suggest. But it's a movie that probably some of you have seen by now. It's called Brain Damage. And Brain Damage, fast forward to the weekend before Christmas 2011, and I'll get to why it took so long to finish Brain Damage in just a minute. Weekend before Christmas 2011, Brain Damage had its world premiere, actually a red carpet premiere. My aunt brought a bunch of crushed red velvet drapes and laid them out on the sidewalk for people to walk in on. She brought out a couple of rusty old spotlights to light up the front of the bar, so if you were driving by, you couldn't miss it. And actually, the venue for the world premiere of Brain Damage was Old Hooker's Bait and Tackle Bar and Grill. And if you've never been to Old Hooker's, it's tiny. I mean, Old Hooker's is small. You could comfortably seat, a dozen people there. And that night, the world premiere of Brain Damage, about 30 of my friends were shoulder to shoulder with the resident barflies that were always there back when we could go out and do fun things. And the reason that night stands out to me isn't just because it was a fun night. It was. But you fast forward to 2020, and I won an Emmy. And I'm not sharing that with you to brag. That stuff doesn't really mean a whole lot to me. Right now, my Emmy is in my dining room collecting dust. Holds my papers down real well. All my junk mail just holds it right there. But I'm sharing that with you because I know there are at least a handful of you watching right now, and I'm not going to name names. I know who you are. You know who you are. There are a couple of you, or more than a couple, that are watching right now, and you've got that thing that just won't quite let you rest. It just keeps eating at you and nagging at you, and whatever it is, what is it? You won't watch your podcast. You haven't written your book yet. You haven't made your movie. You won't record your album. Maybe maybe it's something like switching up your career somehow. Whatever it is, here's what I want to say to you right now. The only reason that I know anything about what I do is from working on Brain Damage. And if you haven't seen Brain Damage yet, it's wall-to-wall toilet humor. Working on Brain Damage taught me a bunch of things, but here are three big lessons that I learned. Number one, how to just work with people, how to deal with people, work with actors, whatever you want to say. I mean, the actors in Brain Damage were my friends and we shot in our dorm. But just learning to get along with people and get around in the world. Number two, operating a camera. I mean, beyond just powering one up and hitting record. I mean, I could do that, but I pretty much couldn't do anything else, like being creative in that way. I learned that on Brain Damage. And the big one really is learning how to edit. This is no exaggeration. I never touched editing software before I started working on Brain Damage. We shot Brain Damage on mini DV tapes. And in 2020, I'm not sure how many of you would even remember what a mini DV tape is. But we ran through probably 15 to 20 of them making Brain Damage. And I'd load them up in a backpack and I'd haul them across town to the Northside Public Library. And I'd use their free editing software to make Brain Damage because at the time I barely had 2 nickels to rub together. And the thing about shooting and editing with mini DV tapes was, you had to log your footage, and however long you shot, that's how long you had to log it. It was all real time. So if you shot 2 hours of footage, you had to log for 2 hours and multiply that by like 20 tapes. That's how long I had to do that. So, and that was before I could edit. Once I started cutting things together, I'd cut something together that I liked and I'd get it how I wanted it, and then I'd delete it. And then I'd put it together again how I wanted it, get it how I liked it, delete it. Again, get it how I wanted it, delete it. Over and over and over until I learned it, until it was just muscle memory. So, this is not an exaggeration. Again, the only reason that I know anything that I know about what it is that I do is from working on Brain Damage. So whatever it is that you think that you can't do in 2020, don't ever say you can't. You can. And if you bust your ass and you put in the hours, logging tapes or whatever, and you're, even more important than that, you're as kind to people as they'll let you be, and you're as generous as you're able to be, you will, whatever it is. And here's the thing. I think it's a requirement going forward. I don't think it's just, it would be good for you because it'll get it out of your system, get it out of your head. I think you're required to do it going forward. And here's why. I think we need you. I think we need your goofy, wild, creative energy coming out of 2020, getting out of all this, And the reason is you have no idea who your work is going to reach. People like Mike Frazier in Virginia. I would watch his live streams on Instagram where he would play a show and he would be raising money for his local food bank. And I would think, I want to do that. I mean, I can't play music. I can play guitar, sing like Mike Frazier, but I want to do that. You know, people like Sarah with Lucy Brown Coffee Bar, she and her college friends had just this weird idea to, you know, when they could put together enough money, they were going to open their own bar, and it was going to be carefully curated coffee cocktails. I'll never be able to get that sentence out again in one run. I'm not even going to try. And so they opened Lucy Brown Coffee Bar, and it's still going in the face of just unbelievable adversity in 2020. They're still there. They're still going to work. People like Tucker. I've known Tucker for 12 years now. I've known him forever. And when I met Tucker, he was the roadie for a pop punk band. And now he's a published author that's teaching up and coming, soon to be published authors how to do things the way that he did them. People like normal people. You know, I would see Brian play separately, and I'd see Brett play separately, and I'd see them play together maybe once a year. And now they've recorded 2 EPs in 2 years together. Still doing it. You know, people like Bluegrass Bourbon and Eats and the sister podcast Hungry in Kentucky. You know, these are people that I've known for a while, and they took their belief in local business and their love of shopping and supporting local, and used that as a creative outlet for their opinions and their ideas through not just a blog but a podcast that they put out every week. You know, all these people that I'm name checking, they have no idea that this is how I feel. So I hope I'm making them extra uncomfortable right now. Tyler Gooch, somebody that I met in college and had no idea like what was going on in his head. And I followed his career now. He moved out to California and still following him. You know, just all these people had no idea what sort of impact they were going to have on me. And, you know, as cool as making, again, wall-to-wall toilet humor with brain damage and turning that into an Emmy years later, as cool as that might be, for me, the more important thing is like taking the influences of all these people and turning it into today. I mean, we've been going for hours now, and it's all been people that I look up to, that I admire. And, you know, all of our guests in some way have inspired me. And I started to say I got to play a show with them, like Brian put it, but really I've just been running my mouth. Brian played the show with them. I've just been running my mouth in my basement. So that's it. I mean, earlier in the year, another wise man said, that movie Field of Dreams, it isn't about baseball. Build the stadium. And so that's what I want to leave you with. Build your stadium. Brian and I built our stadium today, and we've been playing in it and enjoying it. And I hope you've been enjoying it with us today. Going forward, build your stadium. So that's it. Okay, Brian, did you have anything to add? Brian, seriously? Some things just don't change. You know what? I'm just going to go off and leave him like this. Somebody wake him up or throw a sheet over him so he doesn't collect too much dust. Have a great Christmas, everybody. And I hope your 2021 sucks significantly less ass than 2020 has. And I'll see you all next year.